called the Martin Luther King Plaza. The City Council approved, in support of Black Lives Matter, the mural outside City Hall, acknowledging the fight and struggle for equality, the end to racism, and the need to protect the very lives of Black Americans. We, the City of Palo Alto workers and community, can move forward and continue to be progressive and to honor history in our community by acknowledging Juneteenth and commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans and making June 19th a paid city holiday. It is our request that when the holiday falls on a weekend, it become a Monday holiday. It is our hope that our request will become a reality for the City of Palo Alto City Council and the City of Palo Alto to honor the emancipation of enslaved African Americans by acknowledging and implementing Juneteenth as a city paid holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Temple, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sarah Temple. I work for the City of Palo Alto. I'm also a SEIU representative. I'm also a native Houstonian, just 50 miles from Galveston, Texas, where I waded in the Gulf of Mexico as a child, as did my children. In those waters on June 19, 1865, Union Army Major General Gordon Granger issued a decree that approximately 300,000 enslaved Africans in the state of Texas were no longer the chattel of their slave masters, thereby producing Juneteenth, my late mother's favorite holiday. A decade earlier, Frederick Douglass asked, "What to the Negro is the 4th of July?" And today, it remains that June 19th instead is a day that America more accurately gained its freedom. I respectfully request that the City of Palo Alto honor Juneteenth as a city holiday, as President Biden declared for our country last year, commemorating the emancipation of the enslaved African and the African Americans who provided for the birth of this nation, the United States of America. To do so is to free this city from the chains of slavery. The City of Palo Alto and its City Council have a progressive history when it comes to centering race and equality and equity in order to educate the community and celebrate diversity. In November 2020, the city adopted a race and equity mission statement. In 2008, the city celebrated the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. by naming the City Hall Plaza in his honor. This city further reminds us that that it values civil rights and denounces hatred when it approved the mural in support of the Black lives just outside the City Hall. We, the City of Palo Alto workers and community, implore the city to continue to honor the history in our community by acknowledging Juneteenth, making June 19th a paid city holiday, and when the holiday falls on a weekend, a paid Monday holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by our final speaker, Aram James. Welcome.
There's a Chinese plant rice. If your plan is for 10 years, plant trees. If your plan is for 100 years, educate children. So what would the exact opposite of that be? Would it be let your children die? Have we lost our ability to imagine a hopeful, peaceful future? Have we now entered an age in which we will sacrifice our children? We've just witnessed the loss of 19 children's lives, and we witnessed the people empowered by our system to protect them stand by and do nothing. Worse, some restrained parents from going in and saving their children. Is that the system we live in now? A system that allows our children to die while we stand by? Climate change presents a similar challenge. By continuing to burn fossil fuels, we're on a path to leave an unspeakably horrific future for our children. Cataclysmic climate events keep happening. Just last week, we had a killer heat wave in India. We had a killer derecho storm in Ontario, Canada. We had a killer rain bomb storm. Rain bomb, that was a new one for me, in Durban, South Africa. That one killed over 300 people, and so on and so on. All this is at only 1.2 degrees Celsius warming. Yet we continue to burn fossil fuels, steering us towards an unimaginably horrific world at 1.5 degrees C warming. And if we don't stop burning fossil fuels in the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to shoot right past 1.5 degrees. Is our system so decrepit and failing that we've just given up? Have we so lost our ability to imagine a better future that we're going to sacrifice our children to a world savaged by burning of fossil fuels, subjecting them to the horrors of the sixth mass extinction, collapse of our food chains, and the ultimate collapse of organized human society? Or are we going to, like that brave woman who once released from the restraints imposed on her by the system, run into the school and save her children? We can show our children that we care about them and their future. We can start to minimize our consumption of fossil fuels and bring our consumption in line with the values of a hopeful, sustainable future, a future in which our children can survive and thrive. As city leaders, you can help your fellow residents reduce their fossil fuel consumption. It's in your power to help them electrify their homes and replace fossil fuel appliances. We need someone capable of leading us to this hopeful outcome with urgency for the sake of our children.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
So thank you to Lynn Krug and Sarah Temple for their profoundly accurate statement that the city should make and honor Juneteenth as a city holiday about the importance of ending slavery. And of course, I've been pushing for beyond that, not just a celebration of Black liberation, but reparations to African Americans from the city of Palo Alto. And thank Matt Slagle for his profound words about police officers standing by while innocent children were slaughtered. I want to refer to, first of all, the idea that rather than at this point defunding the police, that we should defund our city manager, Ed Chicata. 2 articles in the Post, one on May 27th, one on May 25th and one on the 27th. On the 25th, Chicata, chief finalist to be secret. The article points out that Mr. Chicata reached out to the community in his sham listening sessions to find out what input the city, members of the city wanted. The HRC spoke out eloquently. They said, you're gonna put the new police chief, whoever he or she is, behind the 8 ball if you don't allow a public vetting of the 3 finalists where the community gets to ask questions of those finalists. Chicata, in an email to the Post that was published, the content of that email on the 25th said, no, I'm going to go with Terry Black, a contractor handling the recruitment, and keep it behind closed doors, making sure that we, the citizens, aren't entitled to our First Amendment rights to be fully informed and to assist in making the critical decision as to who's going to be the next police chief. On the 27th, there's a very lengthy article about the encryption issue. Greer Stone, Councilmember Stone, a strong believer in the First Amendment and an open press, not sitting by and just believing what the police chief said, writes a letter to the State Department of Justice and finds out from the person that wrote the memo on encryption that in fact, the police chief apparently misrepresented the status and that we are in fact entitled to not encrypt our radio transmission and keep the proud tradition of an open press in Palo Alto viable. Then Chicata tells Greer Stone, oh, it's not important enough to put on the calendar now. Let's put it off some other time, to some other later time. Well, I say you, the city council, gets say no to that, Mr. Chicata. We're firing you. And we're going to bring that matter about encryption and our First Amendment back to the council immediately. And we're also, since we get to approve who the next police chief is, it's going to tell you no. If you don't allow an opening hiring process of the next chief, then you're fired, Mr. Chicata. You're fired. You're a violator of our First Amendment rights.
Thank you.
Long history. Thank you.
Excuse me, that concludes our public comments. Before moving on to our first action item, I wanted us to take a moment to do what unfortunately we had elected to do just a week or so ago, which is a moment of silence for the terrible tragedy and massacre of students and teachers in Uvalde, Texas. And now today, additional murders and violence at a hospital in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And a moment of silence for their families and the other incidents that are continuing to just be unabated in our country. So we'll take a moment in honor of those people. Thank you. So our first action item tonight is review and approval of work plans for the fiscal year, well, approximately years 2022 through 2023 for several of our boards and commissions. First, our Parks and Recreation Commission. Second, our Planning and Transportation Commission. Third, our Historic Resources Board. Fourth, our Architectural Review Board, and finally, our Human Relations Commission. So we'll take them on in that sequence. And our first is the Parks and Recreation Commission. And I see that we have Chair Greenfield here to join us, and welcome.
Thank you. Darren, do you want to start with an overview?
Sorry, I'm not sure if the mic's on. There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, Darren Anderson with Community Services Department. I have the pleasure of working with the Parks and Recreation Commission, and we did our best to put together a thoughtful work plan, reflected the goals that the community has shared with us, the feedback we've gotten from council in the past, and the rest of our commission putting their best thoughts on what we wanted to try to achieve. It's ambitious, but we think it's achievable, and Chair Greenfield will walk you through some of the details. Thank you, Darren, and thank you to you and other members of staff who worked so passionately and diligently with the Parks Commission, including Lamdo and Adam Howard and Director O'Kane. And thank you to our City Council liaisons, present and former and future, I suppose, for the commission, and all the commission all the council for everything you do for our community. I want to start by sharing the Park and Recreation Commission annual priorities for the year, and these are in alignment, of course, with City Council's annual priorities. There's three priorities. The first one is maximize recreation opportunities using available resources. The second priority is equity, access, and inclusion for programs and programs, parks, and open space, excuse me. And the final one is environmental sustainability and climate change. And this is really an appropriate overlay for our outdoor resources. The commission has 7 priority work plan projects included, and each of the projects is generally aligned with one of the 7 ad hoc committees that the Parks and Rec Commission has established this year. It's easy for all of us to be overambitious, but the PRC has strived to identify achievable goals, and a big And a big factor in this is carefully considering the available resources. Number one is staff availability, and number two, to a lesser extent, is funding. The scope of the Parks and Rec Commission is quite broad, and for a commission that meets once per month, the ad hoc serve a critical role to help us meet our goals with behind the scenes research, brainstorming, community outreach, et cetera, before bringing issues back to the commission for full commission for review and discussion. The Parks and Rec Commission also has 19 specified liaison roles. The activity of these roles varies broadly, often serving as baskets to catch related items as needed and when appropriate, whereas the ad hocs are created for a specific purpose for a specified period of time. Finally, the focus of the ad hoc and liaisons is really the benefit of the community, to reduce the burden on staff, work independently when possible, and provide a net benefit to staff and the community and the council, including outreach, identifying issues and problems, research, alternatives, et cetera. Moving on to the meat of the plan, the projects. I'll start with more specific projects and then cover broader and finance-related projects in terms of the highlights. Tennis and pickleball court usage policy update recommendation is something we're looking to bring to City Council. This will be focused on optimizing court usage given the increased demands for pickleball play and also the continued demand for tennis. There's also a new usage policy review and recommendation for e-powered bicycles and other mobility devices in parks and open space. So with the increased usage of electronic mobility devices, the city does not have any specific policy focused on their usage in parks and open space. And so this is a new initiative that staff has recommended and the commission advocates for as well. And we're looking to start with a review and hopefully have an initial recommendation this year. Also on a focused project is to identify and recommend sites for park dedication. The obvious starting place here is the Measure E site in the Baylands, which is available for rededication. There are others as well that on a list that the commission has worked through with staff for a period of time. As regarding the Measure E site, since in last November, the 10-year period for which it was undedicated as park land to serve as a site for an anaerobic digester expired, it is available to rededicate. If council wanted to move forward with this directly without the commission's input, you should let us know, but otherwise we see it's appropriate to consider the pros and cons and come back to council with a recommendation. On a larger scale, a bit less specific, recreation projects that we're looking to facilitate progress on, larger projects like a city gym and wellness center, skate park, which you've directed us to look into. There's the First Tee partnership at the golf course, which is a larger scale project, and something that hasn't gained much traction for a number of years. So it's in the background is the 10.5 acres at the Baylands. On the funding side, the commission is looking to complete a project they've been working on to better publicize ways for our generous community to help support CSD programs and projects. And while the Parks and Rec Commission and the programs and projects are among the most cherished within the city, it's not always the core business that is the first that's going to take budget dollars for good reasons. And so we recognize the need to be creative in seeking funding for our projects. We have tried to be fairly specific in the focus of our work plan projects. We have enough aspirational documents to provide guiding lights for us as it is, and so we try to narrow it down and be realistic here. A couple other projects. Another new one is a And thank you to the city council for directing staff to move forward with this change. But the commission is now serving as a community forum for recommendations on urban forestry matters. This is actually the one work plan item that does not have an ad hoc associated with it at this time, because there's no specific defined project that an ad hoc would work on. But we felt it was appropriate to include as a work plan item. And in the event that a more specific focus develops, then an ad hoc would be created. The commission does have one ad hoc committee that does not have a work plan associated with it, and that is to do a refresh on the Parks and Recreation Commission webpage. That didn't seem appropriate for a work plan. And finally, I'll add the elephant that's always in the back of our room for Parks and Recreation is Coverly. And in the event that something more specific develops, this would quickly become a top priority for the Parks and Rec Commission, and we recognize that could happen at any time. We understand there's conceptual discussions underway in terms of a potential land swap between the city and the school district, and that would potentially require undedicating portions of Fletcher Park in exchange for a potential swap at Coverly. And so a question I wanted to raise is, if that were to happen, would the thought be that commensurate land space at Coverly would be rededicated as park to offset that? So that's something to consider. But that completes the overview that I wanted to offer, and the specific areas that I thought were important for the commission to bring to the attention of City Council. And love to hear your questions now.
Thank you. And Mr. Anderson, did you have anything at this time? Great.
Thank you.
So who would like to go first with questions or feedback to Chair Greenfield? I will take a shot at it if nobody else does. Okay. Oh, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hi, Chair Greenfield. Good to see you. Thanks for your presentation tonight and all the work that you and the commission have been doing. Very busy for a commission that only meets once a month. So thanks for all your good work. Just a few questions. One, I'm curious, have you had a chance to see, there was a letter that was sent to the council, as well as I believe the commission was on that email yesterday, from former Mayor Karen Holman, former Vice Mayor Enid Pearson, regarding various sites that they identified as being good potential sites for future park dedication ordinances. And I'm kind of curious how that will fit into, I guess, goal 6 of yours.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. I have not seen the letter. I did hear about the letter, and I'm pretty sure that the list that they would be referring to in the letter is the same list that we're already working off of. So there has been work over the past number of years towards park dedication, initiated by a long letter enlisting that former Vice Mayor Enid Pearson created. And we've checked off some items on that, thankfully, and crossed off some items that weren't appropriate for one reason or another. And that is those were the secondary items that I was referring to under park dedication beyond the Measure E site.
Great. Thank you.
And we're very enthusiastic about this.
Perfect. I would imagine you are. And let me know if you didn't get a chance to see the letter. If you don't have a copy, I'm happy to forward it to you. Regarding goal 1, regarding the tennis and the pickleball courts, so is the idea there that the commission would do an evaluation and potentially then a recommendation that would expand the number of those pickleball courts? Just give me a little more understanding behind that goal.
That there's certainly a consideration to provide more dedicated pickleball time on the courts, weighing in conjunction with that the needs of the tennis community as well.
Great. That would be wonderful. I mean, that's definitely something we've been hearing a lot of from enthusiastic pickleball players. And I know I myself have enjoyed the game and have gotten a racket lately, but it is very difficult to find a court, especially if you're trying to do that on a weekend. I invite anybody to try and go out there to Mitchell Park on a Saturday morning, and you'll be with a lot of fun people, but you're going to be waiting in line to be able to play. So definitely encourage you to do that. And then finally, goal 4. I guess I want to better understand the current city policy. Is the current city policy that electric bikes and other mobility devices are banned from parks and open spaces? And the idea would be to possibly revise that to allow those uses?
Darren perhaps could comment more directly, but there is no specific policy.
Yeah, thank you. We do have one regulation that prohibits electric vehicles unless it's for handicapped use for trails in parks and open space. It's outdated. The language no longer reflects the most recent California Vehicle Code laws. And so it needs to be updated independent of this. But given the rise in electric bicycle use, it's really expanding all over our region. And the fact that a lot of our neighboring partners, including people on the Bay Trail that connects with our preserves, are re-examining theirs, in particular Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, seemed very opportune for us to give a fresh look at ours, update it, make sure it's fresh, and hopefully coordinated where it can be and where it makes sense with our neighbors too.
Yeah, that sounds antiquated and inconsistent with city goals. Do you know, are those policies being enforced at all in our city parks?
They are in certain open space areas where the electric bikes, we don't have a lot of it, but we do. And it's more often than not, it's requests, meaning they'll call a ranger and say, am I allowed to use my electric bike at a Restadero preserve? And the answer at this time is no.
Okay, great. Appreciate that clarification.
And I might just add, part of the clarification as well as there's different classes of electronic bikes, and some require constant pedaling, others don't. That seems like a fairly clear distinction in terms of one way you might want to go with things. And then there's other distinctions based on the maximum speed of the vehicle.
Makes sense. Okay. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Good evening, Chair Greenfield. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Thanks for being here. I really appreciated your reminder that equity, access, and inclusion is a key role for Parks and Rec. And I've heard Coverly called a lot of things, but not an elephant. I think perhaps it's a white elephant. And so I'll just continue working on that. With respect to Project Goal 1 about balancing the pickleball and tennis, one of the things that's been brought to my attention is that while pickleball is concentrated in a few areas, primarily Mitchell Park, the tennis courts are spread out all over the city, and it's hard for people to know which ones are available without getting in their car or on their bike or their e-bike and moving around. So just thinking out loud, perhaps this is one of those things where a generous and creative person could work on some sort of app that would allow us, our tennis friends, to know where things are available. And then with respect to Project Goal 6, and you talked about the Measure E space out at the Baylands. In the event that the Parks and Recreation Commission looks at that, I would encourage staff to consider having the UAC also be involved, since that's right near the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, and I think we should just be thoughtful about all the things that could be there. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I appreciate the input on the tennis court. I can envision some blurred cameras with views on courts somehow being accessible, but
or maybe people checking in or something like that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I wanted to say it's been very enjoyable being a past or former liaison to the Parks and Rec Commission. So please convey my thanks to the rest of the commissioners, Chair Greenfield. They've always been very welcoming and accommodating. I did want to mention, I agree with regards to the tennis court and the pickleball court use. I mean, there's definitely a lot of tennis players as well as a growing pickleball uses. So mainly is to keep it balanced so that we're not taking away from the tennis players. And what Councilmember Cormack said is actually also very important to make sure that people are aware where the courts are and facilitating what. In regards to item project and goal number 2 and number 6, it's evident over there that in these two that we need to kind of preserve a lot of our vacant lands in order to accommodate our growing community where they require recreational uses, and that potentially in the future we might need to provide more of these courts, gyms, skate parks. There's all of a slew of recreation that are being suggested. And as we move forward, we have to think about conserving and preserving some of those lands for these uses, especially given what we have learned from the pandemic. A lot of people like to be outdoors and using the recreational facilities that is open. The other part is I hope that when we come to approve this plan, that we will add, and I hope my colleagues will support, that we add the list of potential park sites that was emailed to us and that the commission is already working on to the goal and project, to their goal and their project number 6. With regards to the e-bikes and motorized devices, I would say that it must include enforcement and penalties in order to ensure safety for those that are using these pathways and these trails in our open space. And that might be something, a policy that we might want to look at for some of our bike pathways, bike and pedestrian shared pathways when it comes to transportation. But I think for now, oh, and the other thing is to please continue working on the Measure E, the former Measure E site for the rededication. I would highly support that and encourage my colleagues to do so as well. Lastly, just a housekeeping. I hope that those of us that are on virtual will turn on their cameras so that we're always we're seen as participating. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Koo, and we've enjoyed your presence and guidance as our Parks and Rec Commission liaison the past 2 years, and I'll pass over on your well wishes.
Great. And Vice Mayor Koo, are you not seeing all the council members?
I was wondering if Councilmember Greg Tanaka is here.
He's not here. He's not participating yet.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct?
It
I
appears
see
he's
his hand
on.
raised.
No, I'm actually on.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, so we'd like to ask all council members to turn on their cameras when they participate. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I thought this all sort of made sense. I wanted to, I think this is probably implied, but I wanted to ask a question about number 6, which is, we have a couple of things in progress, and this is not super short-term stuff. This is actually very long-term stuff. But, one is we're going to do this housing element, and there's a very real likelihood we're going to have, several thousand more people in town over the next decade. And we're also going through an exercise of sort of, re-leveling our impact fees. And the possibility exists that we might actually have some money for parkland acquisition, which sort of dovetails into goal 6 here. I'm assuming that a parkland acquisition strategy is going to go a lot further than the 10 acres on Bixby Park, because the comp plan sort of specifies in-town stuff and distance, walking distance, and so forth, right? So I assume it's going to go a lot longer, a lot broader than that, but is that accurate?
I would say in general, the parkland acquisition is not what we're targeting as a top priority due to lack of obvious funding. And we're working more with specific sites. For example, the Waterwell Park around the corner from you near across from El Camino Park. That's a site that's possible. There's been discussion of Kingsley Island as a possible mini dog park. It was a great idea until we also considered that the high-speed rail corridor is right there, and maybe we better wait till we see what falls out of that. So it's more focused on existing land within the city that is not currently dedicated as park.
Okay, well, I think that certainly makes sense for, the fiscal 23 and so forth, right? I think if sort of a longer term circumstances appear, and we do have the wherewithal, not over the next year or two, but over the next 10 or 20 years, right, to expand the city's stock of parkland a little bit. It's probably not going to be that much, but there might be some. And if all that materializes, I guess I would encourage the Parks and Rec Commission to at least start thinking about, and it's probably not a lot of time, not a lot of effort in fiscal 23. Again, I think this is more of a 10 or 20 year kind of thing. But, what would the long-term strategy be for adding some space? Because, space, it's not like, it's not easy to say, well, we need to go get something here. It's like stuff becomes available or doesn't become available. And it's a very, 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 very long-term kind of thing. So I guess I would encourage Park and Recreation to at least spend a few cycles thinking about that we actually have some latitude to do this. Given that it's going to take a while to get going and so forth, we ought to at least have some thought in there. And I think it would be like, reading through this, I was thinking sort of, this is like project goal 6 extended over 20 years kind of thing, right? As opposed to.
Thanks. I think that's great feedback to get direction to spend some cycles in that direction. And I would add one project that's underway that is sort of tangentially related is the project I'm looking for, a new gym and wellness center. And that could result in looking to identify a site to purchase for a larger scale project like that.
Yeah, I think that's right. We're sort of hearing the short term, well, there's a crunch on pickleball courts, or how much pickleball, how much tennis, how much this other stuff. What if we needed, something more similar to a magical bridge kind of thing somewhere else in town and so forth. It's
the gym could have rooftop pickleball.
The roof could have big fence for when I swat the ball off the roof. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
So thank you. Just to add a few comments to my colleagues. So first, I'll say overall on all of these work plans, I think it's really appearing to be a really useful and important part of what the boards and commissions are doing to structure what they're doing and be able to be more proactive rather than only respond to what is put across their bow. As I look at it, I see in a number of these circumstances what really sort of looks like maybe 2-year work plans. And I'd suggest that some of the boards and commissions ask themselves as they look at that, what portions of these are really part of a 2-year plan, and it would be going forward useful to identify them that way. And either way, this is both an excellent and ambitious plan. I wanted to touch on a couple things related to, I think, Project 2, which really has 4 major projects embedded in it. And the last 2, the First Tee partnership with Baylands Golf Links and the 10.5 acres may have some relationship to each other. Not only are they both related to the golf course area, the 10.5 acres we created when we redid the golf course for the flood control project. And when we did that now, I don't know how many years ago, more than a half dozen years ago, I don't think we anticipated that we'd be still looking at a dirt pile, but it is one that connects with some of your private fundraising, that there may be members of the community who would be interested in stepping forward there. But it also potentially connects with another phase of the golf course that might be related to the first tee or independent, and that is whether we look at a double-deck driving range. The driving range is a great revenue generator, and whether that project could throw off the dollars that might be needed to be able to develop that 10.5 acres or other recreation projects. Second, on the Measure E 10 acres, I think that the council is going to need to take up the question of whether all of that should go into parkland or some portion for a future technology project related to addressing climate issues. And then one thing that we'll maybe have an opportunity to wade in on in the next week as we look at the tree ordinance update. But I've been thinking about, so when we assigned this to be somewhat within the Parks and Rec purview, it's that recreational and park-like element to trees that aren't on dedicated parkland. And one of the things that had been brought up years ago, and I've seen really pronounced examples of recently, is some of the tree trimming that our contractors do on street trees. It really grossly deforms the trees. I mean, just some of it is just hard to envision. They hardly look like the natural shape of the trees that were there. And I think that's something that we may need to add into our scope of work going forward for the contractors. It's been focused on power line safety and related public safety issues. And therefore, the way apparently that contract, a significant contract, is administered, it really doesn't seem to take into regard anything to do with the form of the tree and the aesthetics of it. Lastly, on the park dedication and this question about Coverly and the possibility of a land swap between the Terman Park, which is essentially the playing fields of that middle school. And if we looked at anything there, there'd be two important considerations in my mind. One is to assure that even though they're primarily playing fields for the middle school there, there's still public access for neighbors there and to retain equivalent or comparable public access there. And that out of any undedication that might occur, even if it still stays in essentially the same use as playing fields, but owned by the school district, that we would have a net gain in dedicated parkland out of whatever measures we took there. So those are just my thoughts. Councilmember Philseff, did you have some follow-up?
Yes, sorry about that.
Excuse me, Mayor Burke, could I respond to a couple
go right ahead.
of items you raised? Maybe going backwards, good idea regarding Terman and Fletcher Park, and it kind of raises the issue that I've referred to as Fletcher Park, not considering that the park name hasn't changed, it's still Terman, whereas the middle school name has changed. And perhaps if we're not going to be doing anything for a foreseeable amount of time, we might want to consider a name change to the park. That could be something that council could ask us to review. I wanted to mention that I have spoken recently with Peter Gollinger, the urban forester, who's want to congratulate for being recently appointed into the formal position that he's been serving as in an acting role until very recently. But I was speaking with him about the street tree pruning and And those are guidelines that are included in what's currently known as the tree technical manual and will be updated as the tree and landscape technical manual. And that's a staff document that can be updated, but that's something that the commission can certainly work with the staff on. And that tree and landscape technical manual will be going through a major revision associated with the proposed tree ordinance change. And then finally, as far as being more proactive on the multi-year plans, we really did, as a commission, try to be realistic on setting the goals and, and couching the language appropriately. And for one thing, we want to meet our goals. We're putting together a plan. We want to have a positive scorecard. So for something like the recreation projects, the goal is to work with staff to facilitate progress on recreation projects. That's a realistic goal. We don't expect that we're going to have a gym by the end of the year, but we want to move forward. So thank you. Appreciate your input.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, and then have a follow-up.
Yeah, so thank you guys for putting this together. Appreciate your guys' work. Of course, staff's work as well. So a couple thoughts. So first one is I agree with Councilmember Stone. I think, some of the regulations on e-bikes is not just e-bikes, but just personal electric vehicles. I think we want to encourage it, so we want to make it easier for people, but we also want to keep it safe. So I think we have to keep that in mind. And in my mind, if it's electric, but people are riding safely, I think that's okay because it makes it more accessible to more people. So I think we want to keep that in mind as the PRC considers what to do. One question for you guys is, how's the skate park coming along?
Sure. So the skate park there is an ad hoc that's working on the projects that's in communication with the principals pushing for the skate park, and this is based on directive from City Council to pursue this. I'm not part of this ad hoc and waiting for the ad hoc to return to the commission with a report on status, which I expect within the next couple months.
Do you know what the timeline is like?
Excuse me?
Do you know what the timeline is like?
What the timeline for the overall project? I do not. Darren might be able to answer more.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Snock. I can share just a couple updates. We've got a community meeting that we've been working and gearing up to prepare for. This is to ask the community around Greer Park. This will be held on June 15th at 6:30 p.m. Their feedback and analysis and opinions on adding a new skate park around the existing one. And so that will help us get some feedback from the people that live around there, the larger skate park community, because we've only really tapped into a small subset of that. So to hear from a broader group of skaters, field users, everyone else, the chance to share their thoughts. We'll come back to the Park and Rec Commission, discuss it with them, probably come back one more time with an action, asking them to recommend something to the City Council in response to the original directive we got from Council.
Great, thank you.
And Councilmember Philseth, I think you had a follow-up.
Yeah, thanks for indulging me in a follow-up here. On the subject of de-dedication of parks and rec space. If I remember correctly, at some point, the playing fields at Page Mill and El Camino, that's the Mayfield project, at some point that reverts back to Stanford, I think. Is that on you folks' radar screen?
I believe that's a 50-year agreement.
So how many years into that are we? We're about 15 now?
Started in 96.
96.
Yes.
Oh, so that's 30 years ago. So in 20 years, those go back to, those revert. Well, I guess it's not a fiscal 23, but okay. So at some point those decommission too. So if we're out there looking at a 10, 20-year horizon, then maybe that goes into the hopper too. Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you. Good point to raise.
Okay, so I think that concludes our discussion on the Parks and Rec Commission work plan. Thank you very much. And thanks for your good work, and good luck to you in the year ahead in tackling all these projects.
Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate all the input from everyone.
All right, so our next commission is I want to make sure I got this correctly. Yes, it is the Planning and Transportation Commission. Chair Lowing, welcome.
Good evening, council
And
members.
Ms. Tanner,
How are you doing?
welcome.
Thank you. I won't be with you long. I'll hand it over to Chair Lowing in just a few moments, but just want to, I think maybe we have the PTC, the Historic Resources Board and the Architectural Review Board right in a row. And I think something that's in common for our boards and commissions that we also review applications. And so some of our work, of course, is driven by the applications that come to us that we review. And so those happen as they are brought forward. But we also have the privilege and pleasure of doing policy-related projects that the council may assign to us. And sometimes policy projects that the state may in some ways assign to us when new state laws pass, particularly in the realm of planning and transportation, that we then as a city have to adapt to. So you'll see some of that in our work plans throughout the HRB, ARB, and PTC. With that, I will hand it over to Chair Lowing.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Assistant Director Tanner was very involved in last year for the first time through and this year. So thanks to the partnership that got us where we are. That's an excellent segue to basically where I'd like to start, which is that the Planning Commission is much different than a lot of the other commissions, and one size doesn't fit all in terms of the process that council should be reviewing on these. A lot of our time is taken up with issues that are directed to us by council, many of which today you don't even know are what can happen in the next year, if it's laws or applications or whatever. So a very high percentage of our work is that kind of content, which means there's little time left over for PTC initiated work. One of the benefits, I think, of this process is that it helped us, in this case, find a way to work that in and have some PTC initiated projects that we hear from the public or run into ourselves and reviewed that at our retreat. Before I mention that, I just want to say that one item that we added to our mission this year is to spell out the importance of PTC for what we quote, for robust community engagement and a forum for public comment. Clearly, this is a really high value add of the commission to the public and to council in advance of council hearings. And for some reason, that was left out of our first mission statement last year and actually even in previous years. So we've corrected that. The two items that we're wanting to initiate this year are, first of all, a traffic study session to discuss and hear public comment on high concern or high collision areas. This is really a fact-finding mission at this point to look at the data to see if there are any major problems that should be elevated to a higher priority for attention with some help from the transportation office. And then the second one is that we propose the creation of basically a structured framework or potentially frameworks, depending on what we find, for planning of future Palo Alto neighborhoods. Essentially, what are the essential components needed in sort of quote a good neighborhood? So that can be a NVCAP scenario, as has been worked, which is a re-envisioning, or it can be an entirely new neighborhood that arises out of the work that's underway now for the housing element, which are going to provide at least 6,000 plus new homes over the next decade, as Councilmember Philseth just commented. And so we think that if we don't architect a plan for what we want, we may not like the random ad hoc results that we get. These are not, as has also been mentioned, a one-year process. And this one in particular probably needs to be done over 2 years relative to what comes out in the housing element. There are dependencies in all of these things. The first one I mentioned, which is other required things that we have to fit in, and there are a lot of them. Secondly, there are timeline dependencies. For example, Cal Ave, there's overlap now with what we want to accomplish and with 2 or 3 consultants that you already put on board to do some data gathering there. So we have to coordinate with that. And then, of course, staffing. There's lots of reference in this work plan that staffing is unknown at this time. So I'll leave you with the message that that's where you guys come in. So take any questions?
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. Good evening, Chair Lowing, and thank you, Assistant Director Tanner. I can't tell you how happy I was to open up this packet and see your first project and goal. I think it is by far the most important of all that you listed. And while people spend a lot of time on some of the other land use areas, we really absolutely do need a comprehensive look at this, including data. And I encourage you to spend time on this project. I will say I found myself dissatisfied with the measure of success being a substantive and informative discussion. I hope the PTC can do much more in this area. We frequently get emails with photos. We have, suffered the loss of children in our community, and I really can't emphasize enough how important this is. With that said, the other two ones I wanted to talk about are 14 and 16. Of course, 14 is the shuttle, and I long for the day that it returns. And obviously you understand that it'll be in a different format. So look forward to seeing how that plays out. And then finally, 16, the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. It has been difficult for this council, but we have succeeded in holding off and making decisions until and unless we really take a comprehensive look at that. And I hope that this time there will be a prioritization of the work that needs to be done, because that is what has been missing lo these many years. So thanks so much for being here. Look forward to seeing the results of this.
I really appreciate those comments.
Great. Let's see, I don't have other lights yet, so I'll go ahead and wade in. First on goal number 1, I also was glad to see that you identified or plan to identify areas of concern in addition to looking at collisions of different sorts. And that, to me, points out looking at being able to be proactive and not merely reactive, and not just address places where we've had accidents, but ones where objective analysis makes us be concerned that we could soon have those accidents. I also, when looking at Project 4, which is, as you mentioned, enhancement of Cal Ave, but then we have project in goal number 12, which is Cal Ave parking program, and 17, which is a Cal Ave in lieu parking program. And then number 6, which is a downtown in lieu parking program. And it made me really question how you might want to knit those together. The Cal Ave design, it appears we're going to have a process that will be led by a consultant and kind of be multidisciplinary, bringing in perhaps not only community members, but members of ARB and the Planning Commission and Arts Commission and others. But the parking issues are very much intertwined. I know, for instance, I've heard of 3 different restaurants who wanted to go into Cal Ave, but over the last year or so, as we're trying to rejuvenate those areas, and they haven't been able to because we not only don't have an in lieu parking program for Cal Ave, we don't have a means for them to pay offset for even use of spaces in the current garages. So I think there's a certain urgency to do that so that it runs in, first, that we don't further inhibit revitalization of that area because we haven't updated whatever we're going to do on parking there. And second, so that it doesn't lag behind the design elements that are going on there. And I'll just say that, 18 different projects are a lot of proactive measures. What are your thoughts on what can be done this year, what maybe is part of a 2-year plan, and how you would view that issue?
That's a complicated question for all those programs that are there. But first, let me address the Cal Ave issues, which is it was determined that those could be discrete. So when I referenced the Cal Ave and the consultants, I didn't mean that was going to stop it for a year and a half. in lieu parking in CalAv is a good example of what could be done somewhat discreetly from the broader design and so on. Many of the projects that are in there are kind of already underway, either council assigned or not. So part of that can be, feedback from council on what your best priorities are if you want to go that direction. But the traffic study, we don't think is going to go, we don't want it to go beyond 1 year. But the example of the network, the framework for neighborhoods, that's going to take a while. And I think that, as you just already mentioned, it's going to be multidisciplinary on some of the bigger issues of CalAv. So it's aggressive, is correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair Lowing. Good to see you. Yeah, I agree with several comments already made, especially concur with Councilmember Cormack on the importance of the traffic safety study. Hope you can be as proactive as possible to bring us back a plan soon. I appreciated the retail recovery. And I think I understand the suggestion that you wait until the economic development manager and consultant are brought on board. I'm curious, does staff have any update on that position and when we can anticipate onboarding?
Well, the recruitment has now closed, so we're in the process of reviewing the candidates. So I'd call that good progress. I don't have for you this evening a specific date in which we'd be having that position filled and up and running. But certainly within the context of the work plan, it would fit very well with the upcoming year.
Great, thank you. And progress is progress, so good, glad to hear that. Thought the study session on the neighborhood planning is really wise and prudent, especially, given the need for the 6,000 plus units of the next several years. Glad to see that we're being proactive on that. I think that's something that none of us have really kind of grasped the magnitude of that, of changes that are in store, and really grateful for the PTC for being proactive on that. Couple questions for project goal 7. It says that the CUP threshold project is underway and is going to be considered by the PTC on March 30th, 2021. Was that a typo on the date? And if so, when's that going to be discussed by the PTC?
No, that was referred back to council to be continued. And I think that happened. Assistant Director Tanner, I'm not sure what meeting.
I think you're correct, both of you are correct. There is a typo, and also it already was referred to council. I believe that that was extended temporarily for more study.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Or it's coming to you very shortly. I know I read the staff report.
Okay, well, I like that when we could both be right.
No, we continue because we actually wanted to be more comprehensive about looking at the threshold issues. We didn't think that, we originally got it because the ordinance was running out. It was a temporary ordinance. And we said, if we're going to be serious about this, we need to spend 8 meetings on this in the next 6 weeks to get it right in terms of really looking at the thresholds. So we suggested that it be continued, and that was our recommendation. So
makes sense. And then finally, yeah, I'm definitely excited about the possibility of the on-demand shuttle program. Been very glad about that grant funding being awarded for the project. Do we know, is that grant funding, is that going to fully fund the program, or I would imagine the city's going to need to put forward funding for that, or we just kind of too early on in that process to really have the details there?
I think the immediate one was full funding, and then it was going to roll out. Is that correct?
This is a question I'm not sure of the answer to, whether or not there was a match on the grant. Ed, do you know if there was a match? There's no match, so it's fully funded. And so I believe that the RFP is out for consideration. So hopefully soon have someone on board to operate the shuttle.
Great. And any just possible, any estimated timeline on when we could see that operational?
I would not hazard a guess on that. If Mr. Cami was here, he might be able to let me know. I'll see if he or his staff are available to get an answer on when the timeline is for that.
Great. Yeah. Any follow-up on the specifics of the grant and the timeline would be appreciated. All right. Thanks so much for what you do.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I wanted to ask if there's a lot of stuff in here about parking in various different forms and places. Actually, let me back up a step. I guess my first question is, what are you guys going to do all this year in your spare time?
We'll think of some more things to initiate, probably.
Anyway, back on the topic of parking, it probably just fits into the neighborhood planning item as much as anything. But as part of the course of this, are you guys gonna look again at sort of parking standards for the city in terms of, how much demand is there really for parking space given certain, and particularly residential parking space, given this type of housing, this type of tenants and so forth. Right now we have some standards, but it's a lot of thumb in the air stuff, and we argue about it all the time and so forth. And there's been a couple of studies, but they've been sort of limited. And I'm wondering are you guys going to go take another pass at that at all as part of any of this? Because if we require too much parking, that it impedes the ability to build residential stuff. If we require too little, then we don't have enough parking for everybody, right? And that has its own issues too. So just wondering if you guys, if that's part of your agenda is to go look at parking standards.
Yes, we had a study session at our last meeting last week.
Okay.
Presented by the transportation official.
Okay.
And they have done things like, they got the license plate readers out right now and are planning to shift from the color codes and things like that. So the plan is to generate a lot of data, but the obvious situation is we haven't had any data in the last 2 years.
Right.
And right now traffic is very light. Parking is very easy everywhere. So it's not the time to do the data.
Well, for commercial, although I wouldn't expect that residential, do you think residential parking stand needs to change during the pandemic?
I actually asked about that as well. And they said it's not been a problem. And I asked if there were any neighborhoods that were raising their hands that they want to do it. And the answer to that was no.
Okay.
But I also encouraged them to, talk directly with some of the sort of resident experts. And we have a number of them to make sure that that's really the case.
Well, given all this data, I think it would be, good over the next couple years anyway, right? Particularly if we're going to be adding, thousands and thousands of housing units, right? To have some kind of quantitative perspective of, here's how many spaces we need per bedroom, this far from transit versus, that far from transit versus, some kind of quantitative assessment of what the demand is, something we haven't really had exhaustively in the past, and that would be helpful if we're going to go do something like this. And so if you guys are generating the data that's going to enable that, that's awesome. Otherwise, we're just going to be back here arguing about, well, we say it should be 1 unit per, well, we say it should be 1.1 space and so forth.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. And I want to thank the commission for all the work that they're doing, and thank you for being here, Chair Allowing. Councilmember Philseth, I thank him for the questions that he asked about parking data and parking uses. That was part of my question too, and I'm really glad to see that you have all of this transportation, including parking, circulation, and so forth within your work plan. Oftentimes regional agencies that does have transportation in their title tend to leave off the transportation part of it and focus on building more and more. It basically completely leaves it off and not work on transportation itself. So like Councilmember Cormack, the shuttle program is something that is important to look into in order to do to accommodate and to facilitate the last and first mile transportation, and also the study session in emphasizing safety for pedestrians and cyclists and motorists, but also while you're looking into the concerns about into consideration looking into cyclists, the collisions between cyclists and pedestrians. There are some, as we go into the motorized and electrical devices that are mobility devices, I have seen a lot of high speed use, and that is another area that I hope that, well, I would like to see that the commission work on. I truly appreciate the commission's diligence to return back within the PTC mission to ensure robust community engagement, and that the PTC hearings provide a forum for the public comments and public interaction. This commission is the first touch or the first place where many of the zoning and transportation matters that impacts neighborhoods and people who live within our community. It's the first place that usually it comes to before it comes to council. So I do feel that it is very important that that is thoroughly vetted and heard. It's also, the other place is ARB, and we'll get to that. You know, within the retail recovery, your project and goal number 2, I would hope, I'm very happy to hear that the recruitment has been closed and that now the vetting for the economic development staff person is on the way. But I am concerned that the firm is developing an economic development strategy, and that is not help the firm, and that the economic development person is going to be part of determining and collaborating on the strategy. And I would hope, so if city manager can reassure us, I would like to hear that.
Yes. Yes, they will be part of it.
Sure. Thank you. Otherwise, you know, your goals are very robust, and I thank you for all the work that the commission is doing, as well as Ms. Hunter and all the staff members. And I want to take this opportunity in my 42 seconds to also make sure I thank the staff for Parks and Recreation, Mr. Anderson, and all the team. I was remiss in not saying that. So thank you.
All right. Well, I think that concludes our discussion, and thank you very much for your update and your plan, and for your ambition for the year.
Thanks very much.
So our next group is the Historic Resources Board. I don't know if Chair Willis is, yes, participating remotely, and welcome. So if you would like to kick things off, feel at ease to do so.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, Council. Thank you. I think this work plan is a great idea. It really helps, I think, to focus in on what we want to get accomplished. A lot of what we're planning to do this year is a continuation of what we normally do, reviewing historic resources. The bulletin that we talk about updating is one that sort of defines the process, depending on what kind, how the historic resource is identified, whether it's a higher category or low category, downtown or elsewhere. So we are trying to make it clear how that moves through our system. The big thing for us is updating the inventory. I know this is a fact that it literally hasn't been updated since 1978, but I find it hard to believe. We have identified buildings that are eligible for the National Register, but they're not on our inventory. It's a project that's long overdue. So we're going to try and do a graceful, good job of it. A lot of that is going to be outreach to the community. And we're really looking forward to everybody engaging with this in a very positive way. Most of the base work has been done. There's a lot of information on they call them DPR sheets, but there's a lot of information on the properties that are identified as National Register eligible. So it should be a fairly smooth process. One thing I would like to see happen is the city properties that are on that list that have been identified as National Register eligible. And 2 of them are the water tower building that came up earlier today and the pumping station on Palo Alto Avenue. I would like to see the city put those on our inventory. There's no reason they aren't there now, as far as I can see. So I would like to see that process get us started. I think that would be a great move if we're going to ask other citizens to put their properties on our inventory. The Mills Act, a lot of work was done by the board, by an ad hoc committee before I returned to the board. But the truth is Los Altos has a very good Mills Act program. Redwood City has a very robust Mills Act program. We are hoping by the end of our program year, we will have a good, strong proposal for you and maybe some examples of what other cities are doing that we should jump on the bandwagon. So I welcome your questions, and hopefully your support.
Thank you. Let's see, do we have any council members who wish to ask questions or provide comments? I'll just offer one. Oh, Council Member, Vice Mayor Koo.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but thank you. I wanted to ask in your project goal 3, and thank you, Chair Willis, for being here and for the commission's work. In your project 3, what is the process that you're looking at? And yeah, I would like to find out, how are you going to be communicating with the identified property owners or the property, the property owners that...
I don't think that's really been identified yet. I think there's a strong desire to get owner buy-in, although truthfully, it's not very onerous to be on our inventory, especially if you're not in the downtown or Professorville. So I'm hoping it goes very smoothly, but the plan is to engage a consultant who could organize community meetings and get some feedback and find out where we might hit roadblocks and hopefully help us surmount them. But right now, we don't really have a process in place.
Okay. I guess, with the reporting in the newspaper and then a homeowner that was completely not notified, didn't know about what was going on, and just completely surprised when somebody knocked on their door in order to get a news article. That's rather scary when you suddenly find something like that. So when they are encountered with something like that, I would love to hear what staff has to say in terms of ensuring that that isn't something that will surprise people, especially homeowners.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's Rachel Tanner, Assistant Director of Planning Development Services. We are working on the strategy for that. And as the chair said, we're looking to engage a consultant that has both the project management expertise as well as the historic expertise. And so really making sure we have enough space in their work plan for the consultant to really provide the, one-to-one staff to homeowner kind of interaction and explaining everything so folks aren't surprised. It'll probably also include, just letters, mailings, other ways to try to get in contact with folks so that they can reach out if they have any questions and we can answer them. And I think that will be just part of the challenge is a number of properties. And we really do want to make sure we hear from folks and that no one is surprised to find that their property is deemed historic. That would not be a great outcome, I think, for anyone.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. And
living in a historic house, I don't think it would be a terrible outcome. I think there will be people who object because they think there will be some negativity associated with it, but the reality is we do not have a very strong preservation ordinance in Palo Alto. And what brought this to a fore is SB 9, and that is something that being on the inventory would prevent, and for those particular houses. But other than that, there are not very many. They're mostly benefits to being on the inventory rather than negatives. So I think that one of the things we really need to do is outline, if you have a category 4 outside of Professorville, what does that mean? And if you have a category 3 in Professorville, what does that mean? If you have a category 2 downtown, what does that mean? And I don't think, even though it's all in our ordinance, it's kind of all drifted in there together. And I think one of the things the board is going to do is really sift it out. So you only have to look at what applies to you, what applies to your home. And I have to say, I, for one, have been waiting to be on the inventory for a very long time. So I'm pleased that we are updating it. It's been a long time.
Thank you so much for that. And do you anticipate that the commissioners will be engaging with the homeowners and speaking with them, or is this mostly a staff-led or consultant-led engagement?
I don't think we could define that. I think the board members are hoping to be engaged, and we certainly will on a day-to-day level with our neighbors and people in the community. How it's actually structured as far as outreach, I don't think has been defined. And I think at the least that the consultants will guide us in how, what's the best approach based on their experience. We obviously do not have a lot of experience.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I'll just add one comment on the Mills Act, and that is kind of the historic context of our community's engagement on it. I think it was back in 2009 when we were last discussing this. And one of the reasons that we didn't go forward, as I recall, was we had pushback from the school district who I think we had identified at that time approximately maybe a $50,000 per year impact on their revenue as a result of whatever scale we were looking at on the Mills Act at that time. And they argued that even that modest amount would have a significant impact on their resources. I think it was an exaggeration as a claim at the we now have structural surpluses, and those are projected to expand going forward as their number of students has been declining and their revenue from property taxes and state revenue has continued to grow very significantly. So I don't think that barrier that was one of the reasons back in that last time we looked at it, I don't think that barrier exists any longer. And so just wanted to provide that context. And I don't see any other council members with questions or comments. So if we don't have any, thank you very much, Chair Willis, and good luck on your work this coming year.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay. And our next commission is the Architectural Review Board, and we have both Chair Thompson here and Planning Manager Gerhardt. So whoever goes first, welcome.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Jody Gerhardt. I'm the manager of current planning and also the liaison to the ARB. As Assistant Director Tanner said earlier, the ARB is in the situation where most of their work is coming from the planning department in the form of planning entitlements. So that's the main body of work. But we also have a few other items in our work plan that I'll let the Chair Thompson describe.
Welcome.
Sure. Hi.
Hi, I'm Chair of ARB, Usma Thompson. So yeah, I'll just do a really quick overview of what our work plan entails. First item is something we've been doing for a while, and that is just reviewing projects. As Jody said, our priorities on housing. That is something that will continue to remain our priority for a while. The next item on our goals is discussing comprehensive plan goals, policies, programs, and design guidelines. And so we've actually already created 2 ad hoc committees, one for CalAV and one for the parklets. And we'll also want to be looking at the South El Camino design guidelines, as those are quite old. So that's kind of another thing that's on our list to kind of assist the city in these sort of goals that the city is working on. Item 3 is to finalize the objective standards, which I think we will be talking about later today. And what's important is that we also want to continue to keep a pulse on how the objective standards are faring. So if, as projects come through, the struggles or the ease that applicants end up finding with these, we want to sort of keep a pulse on that and also want to revisit if the time, when it makes sense. So item 4 is the ARB awards ceremony. So we've actually already selected winners. And so we're sort of halfway there with that one. And we really need to nail down an event date and ceremony date. So that is still to be done. And then the last item is just to discuss and update the ARB bylaws as needed. So that's sort of discussing process, conforming with the council's handbook. We've sort of also, there's things raised like maybe we should see projects sooner. So kind of looking at our process more introspectively that way. And yeah, that's just a brief overview. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. And colleagues, does anyone want to go forward with questions? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mary Burt, and thank you, Ms. Gerhardt, and welcome, Chair Osman. 2 things. One is the high priority items located in Project Goal 2. We're really going to benefit from your expertise there. I know you all have it, and we're looking forward to you sharing that with us, because I think you guys do a better job than the 7 of us. And then second, on Project Goal 4, I'm so excited that we're returning to this, and I remember when this was such a great way to show people within the community what it is that we're looking for. So I'm really excited that you'll be having the awards ceremony again, and perhaps we'll be able to attend. Thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead and go next. I was particularly interested in project goal number 2, which actually has several different elements to it. The CalAV closure guidelines, the university housing study, the El Camino design guidelines, the parklet design guidelines, and the South El Camino design guidelines. So those really seem to be important parts of the comprehensive plan and our design structure. And I'm really enthusiastic about you moving forward. Have you identified any sequence in those? And in particular, we're starting to move forward already with you've already participated in the parklet design guidelines. Now we have somewhat of a feedback loop that's just occurred from the council giving their feedback. And then we have, I think, a somewhat of an urgency because we're planning on requiring upgrades both for the temporary structures into more permanent for both the CalAV and the university area parklets. So what are you envisioning as both the timing on that and then your further role in the CalAV design process?
So yeah, we've identified ad hoc committees for both the parklet item and the CalAV item, and I think we're sort of thinking that those will kind of be able to expedite any kind of feedback that council might be looking for from the ARB. And the thinking is that those ad hoc committees will come back to the board, provide updates, seek feedback as needed. So those two are kind of on a track. And I know with CalAV, like I think that will be brought up very shortly again in our greater board meeting. So I think for those two, those are kind of starting on their way. And then with the El Camino design guidelines, I think that might also be a similar thing where we'll need to select an ad hoc committee and have, sort of study sessions that happen and sort of bring that to the greater board. So I think I'm planning to sort of take it one at a time. I think, I've been on the board for almost 5 years now. And I think this year is kind of the first year that we're sort of doing more of this kind of introspective work. I mean, we've discussed guidelines and design guidelines in the past, but these last 2 years have been the first time where we're really trying to take a deeper dive and looking at the board processes. So I think, it needs to sort of go bit by bit. I hope that's a satisfactory answer.
Yeah, and I think that this work plan process has been really useful for a lot of boards and commissions who had wanted to be proactive, and by getting into the work plan, then it validates being able to proceed on those. Although really, as we've gone through these various discussions this evening, I think we need to have further prioritization and sequencing. And so I'd encourage everybody to take that next look at that as you take this feedback and which is largely an endorsement, but maybe some intimations of what we think may be the highest priorities and integrate them with your own thoughts on that. I think that'd be real helpful. Let's see, do we have any other council members who have questions or comments on the ARB? Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. And thanks to the commission for all their work. I just want to remind me, how many commissioners must be Palo Alto residents on the ARB?
Yes, council member. I don't believe that there is a residency requirement. There is a requirement that some of the members be architects, and I believe that's 3. I'd have to look it up to be certain.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes our discussion, and thank you very much. And
thank you.
Best of luck going forward on this.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the feedback.
Yeah. All right. So then that takes us to the Human Relations Commission. And we have, I see Manager Vanderswag is here, and is Chair Smith with us as well?
Vice Chair Everly is with you today, Mayor.
Okay, great. Ms. Vanderswag, did you want to have any initial comments and then hear from the Vice Chair?
Yes, I would. So thank you for having us here, Mayor Burt and council members. Minka Vanderswag, Human Services Manager. And I'm joined here tonight by HRC Chair Adriana Everly. And you have had a chance to review our work plan. Much of it focuses on the same things as last year. And I think that just really speaks to the importance of those items to the community. As others have said, we believe our work plan is extremely ambitious, and I'd like to invite the Vice Chair right now to give some overview of the work plan, and obviously we will both be available to answer any questions that you have. So Vice Chair Everly.
Oh, sorry. So I am going to attempt to fill in for him as vice chair. So thank you for having us here. We're excited to be here and share our work plan with you. First of all, I'd like to thank Minka for all the work that she does supporting us. And the more I work with her, the more I'm amazed at how many hats she wears and how much she gets done. So thank you, Minka, so much for all your work with us. As Minka mentioned, a lot of the work plan is to continue the accomplishments that we've made last year and things that we do believe are priorities within the city. The one thing that I noticed that is a little bit different from the other commissions is that the HRC seems a little bit more fluid. And I will say that one of the harder things for us in filling out the work plan, don't get me wrong, it's great to have the work plan and it provides a lot of structure for our conversations during our retreat. The metrics are a little bit hard for us to figure out. So I'd love to get some feedback on that. And I'm also looking for feedback on prioritization of the plan once I'm done with the overview. So one of the priorities for this year is public safety. The HRC already held a town hall where the public was invited to tell us what were the qualities that they looked on for a new police chief. And City Manager Shikata was present as well, and which issues were important to them. The commissioners then had a chance. The second subset of public safety is hate crimes. This is a priority that the commission has been working since last year. Our plan is to implement avenues to decrease hate crimes and hate-based incidents in the city. One way we're planning on doing this is by having the FBI and other organizations educate the public on what constitutes a hate crime and how best to combat it. Belonging is another priority that started last year, and we're continuing to work on it. Last year, the HRC led the 100 Conversations on Race initiative. And this year, it actually works with a few of the council referrals that we've gotten so far. So one of them is the recognition of key dates to advance race and equity, including what's been already brought up today, Juneteenth. And the council referral to research the lived experience of Asian American and Pacific Islanders here in Palo Alto. So we're excited to work on those two council referrals. We think it works well with what our priority is. And we also would invite any other feedback on those. And the other thing is that the HRC is, I believe this is also a council referral, is going to be working with the city commissions as far as what's the best way to include and consider equity in the commissions as well. Another priority is public health. The HRC is interested in what's the impact of going from a pandemic within the city of Palo Alto to a more endemic approach. And what we mean by that is that we're looking to form some kind of partnership with mental health providers, public health, and business associations to gather feedback and respond to any issues that may arise. I know that there's been some incidents in the news about discrimination, and we're just trying to get ahead of what might come and what might happen this year. Another one under public health is housing and homelessness. Another council referral is to provide feedback to city council on the effectiveness of current rental protection ordinances. And we're working on that right now. And we're hoping to come to city council sometime in the fall. So again, that referral works well with one of our priorities. And another one is to just advocate for the low income, marginally housed and unhoused in our city. The HRC also has a bunch of core responsibilities, including ad hoc committees on reviewing and giving input to funding decisions on HISRAP, CDBG, and emerging need funds. And our final priority is climate change. Human Relations Commission recognizes that climate change affects all of us, and we're planning on working towards identifying emerging issues in the community, prioritizing them, and bringing attention to any major initiatives. Now, That's a lot of priorities and a lot of work. And I have to tell the city council that we just found out that one of our commissioners is going to be stepping down at the end of her original term. So we're actually down to 4 commissioners now. My understanding is that there's going to be recruitment happening. So hopefully we'll get another commissioner sometime in the fall, but that leaves us with hopefully 5 for the next year. So we're asking for more commissioners, which I believe Chair Smith has asked before. And I'm asking to the city council for guidance on how to prioritize our work plan and any other feedback that you might have. And before I go, Minka, did I forget anything? Anything you'd like to add?
No, I think you got it all, Vice Chair.
Thank you. So I look forward to answering questions and any feedback.
Thank you. Who would like to go first among council members? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hi, Vice Chair Everly. Thanks for being here tonight and stepping in. Good presentation. Thanks for going over that and kind of the thinking behind the goals and the priorities. First, I've thought for a while 5 commissioners is too few, especially on a volunteer body, and especially one that whose workload seems to just continue to get larger and larger every single year. And we continue to hear this request from the HRC, and I don't see why we wouldn't grant that. And troubling to hear you're going to be reduced down to 4 soon. So hopefully that's something that we can agendize soon and get you the resources that you need. Overall, I thought the goals and the priorities are really good. It's always going to be a struggle to try to winnow a list down like this. I don't know what you cut off. Focus on the public safety seemed to be a good starting point, and I'm curious, maybe just a reflection from you as well as the city manager, if he wants to chime in too, about just that kind of that partnership between the commission and the city manager on this process for finding the police chief. Did you was that a meaningful discussion? Did you feel like there's a good opportunity for the public and the commissioners to weigh in? Just want to make sure it wasn't just a perfunctory exercise, but actually one that really gathered some meaningful feedback from the community. And then of course we'll find out, I guess, down the road when we get there, how that feedback was incorporated. But just understanding that process and seeing if we can model future appointments or other city issues kind of around that.
So I'll go first. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this was the first of 3 town halls that the city had. We advertised it everywhere. We tried to put out the word as much as we could to get as many people to come to the meeting as we could. And we did have, I don't remember off the top of my head how many public speakers we had, but we did have some. And I believe one of the main concerns was transparency. And I believe that the city manager, heard that loud and clear. And I believe that the commissioners also brought a lot of insight to what we'd be looking for and what we thought the community was looking for.
Thank you very much. I would certainly agree with that. The HRC really is in a unique position and plays a unique role in providing somewhat non-city hall forum for members of the community to provide their input. And as noted, we had limited, perhaps not the largest crowd that we've typically had for community meetings, but nonetheless very emphatic interests that were provided by members of the community. As was noted, perhaps equally, if not even more important, the commissioners themselves were able to provide their perspectives that were ultimately factored in and in fact incorporated into the recruitment advertising that we've put forward with respect to our police chief. So definitely valuable and very meaningful input.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you to both of you. Regarding goal 3, project 2, the rental protections, I know the kind of the beneficial impact in the document said that the HRC is going to focus on the effectiveness of current rental protection ordinances. I'm curious, are you expanding that as well to look at prospective rental protection ordinances as well to kind of to help us in our discussion when those come forward?
So that's a great question, because the referral was specific to current rental protections, but I can tell you right now that when we present, there will be a list of other protections that the city might want to consider in the future. And that's the feedback that we're getting so far. And I would love to get feedback from the city if that is something that you would like.
Well, I know. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think that would be a great idea. I know you've already had the discussion on rental protection ordinances, and council has referred several of those to policy and services that are going to be coming up in the coming months. I think it would be beneficial too to be kind of looking at those and weighing in on those as those advance through the process, as well as continuing to identify what other cities are doing out there. And there's a lot of creative solutions that some cities are finding. And then just finally, goal 5, project 1, regarding the climate change impact and kind of the disproportionate impact of communities of color and low income communities. I think that's a really, I'm really interested in that. I've already read several studies that have made it very clear that climate change has a disproportionate impact on those communities. I think it'd be interesting to see what impact that has here in Palo Alto. And so I assume goal 5, project 1 is kind of focusing on those impacts here within the city. And if so, any idea how are you going to go about that? It seems like a challenging but worthy goal.
So that one, climate change came to be on the work plan from, well, Commissioner Regier was the one spearheading it. So right now that she's going to be stepping down at the end of her term, we're going to have to regroup and honestly see if we have the bandwidth to take on that, because it is such a huge goal. So we're going to have to come back to the council and see where we stand as far as recruitment for that 5th commissioner.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. Good evening, Ms. Vanderslag, and thank you so much, Vice Chair Everly, for being here this evening. I want to start by acknowledging that indeed we have sent you a lot of referrals your way in the past couple of years. That was not a practice before recently, and so you guys are definitely catching a lot of the balls we're throwing your way. I do want to remind my colleagues there was a reason we changed the size of this commission. It was not arbitrary. We had a consistent lack of applicants, frankly. And of course, then this ended up coinciding, unbeknownst to all of us, with a time when there was more interest in this topic. So I just want to explain the source of that decision, which we all made together. With respect, let me just emphasize, let me continue the line of conversation that Councilmember Stone had on Goal 5, Project 1 and climate change. And if it's any reassurance, the SCAP, Climate Action Ad Hoc, is working. Absolutely, we have part of our efforts are around making sure that we figure out how to make these changes work for the people who are low income in Palo Alto. So that's how I would be interpreting this part of the climate change affecting Palo Alto. But I'm glad you brought it up as something that potentially might not work for the HRC to continue working on. So we'll take that under advisement at the ad hoc. And then just with the overall goal number 2, I appreciate, of course, the interest on hate crimes and hate-based incidents and the FBI and reporting and anti-everything, but I would really urge you to focus on the inclusion and belonging. There's a lot of hateful speech that people don't even realize they're making because it's a microaggression. I think anything the HRC can do to help us from an education and training standpoint that sort of extends what we learned in the 100 community conversations to helping people understand how to change their behavior. I think that would just be a really beneficial way for the HRC to help us move forward. So appreciate you being here this evening.
Thank you. And I will tell you that we have talked about microaggression during our meetings, and that is something that we're definitely going to be looking into, and education and training. It's in our work plan, and we're definitely going to be doing it this year too. Thank you.
So I'll just offer a few thoughts. First, on your question on the size of the commission, I think that historically the commission was more oriented toward decisions and recommendations as opposed to this expanded role that it's had in the last couple of years and going forward, which is really a more active community engagement and leveraging our resources and really engaging with community members. And that requires more resources amongst yourselves. Decisions may actually be done more effectively in the smaller group, whereas now with what really is your current and ongoing role, I think we may want to reconsider the size of the commission. And then I would add that on the belonging, just an encouragement to think even more broadly than just within the boundaries of our city lines. That we have for a long while been had a deep relationship with East Palo Alto. We're two counties, two cities, but you speak about the term of community, and in many ways we're one community despite being in two counties and two cities. And I'd really encourage the commission to have even more active engagement with East Palo Alto and just so many of East Palo Alto residents work in Palo Alto and are here much of the day, have been parts of our community for a long while. For many of them, they go to school here, and the distinctions between our two communities are legal and political, but not necessarily shouldn't have the boundaries that maybe we otherwise think of them. Just even an example, I believe they have their upcoming Juneteenth event at University Circle, which is a great event. You look at where it's located, it's barely across 100 yards or so from Palo Alto, and it's just a unifying event for our two communities around that. And then I did want to offer some thoughts on your climate considerations. And so in Palo Alto, when you look at prospective climate impacts, the ones that we had most of all identified sea level rise. We now are very focused on the potential impact of wildland megafires. And then we even have a concern on the aftermath of fires or severe weather events on flooding. And in each of those, they don't disproportionately affect our lower income folks. And in fact, perhaps they may, by a quirk, affect them a little less than on average. And so those assumptions don't necessarily apply. But there are other aspects of climate change that may apply more. Aside from that, East Palo Alto is in a low-lying area and more susceptible to sea level rise than most other communities in our region. We also have the impacts of fire smoke and heat, and an increase in adoption of air conditioners in our homes. And lower income families first may be more economically a hardship to add that. But more importantly, the movement we're having is toward heat pumps, which are far more efficient. And this is what we're trying to get a transformation. So anybody who is putting in air conditioning will use the far more energy efficient heat pump. And those are areas where they have needed subsidies. We're actually with a similar program on our hot water heater conversion. We're looking at on-bill financing, but that's climate related, but not a climate impact of the hot water heater, whereas the air conditioner is a climate impact. So we're beginning to look at those issues within the City Council SCAP ad hoc committee, and I think that's an overlap. And then the other part of that we're looking at is electric vehicle chargers. And one of the big difficulties is how do we get those in multifamily and homes, which are proportionally more lower income residents. And so that's an overlap with that social equity related to climate. And then lastly is really that conversion to non-greenhouse gas emitting transportation. And so whether it's an electric vehicle or micromobility, subsidize acquisition of electric bikes and electric scooters for low-income residents. So those are areas that I could conceive as having real overlap in the climate arena with your efforts on equity. And they may be different from the ones that are more broadly assumed, which is an assumption that lower income people are in all circumstances more directly impacted by climate change. And that is true on the whole, but not necessarily true in all circumstances. Okay, let's see. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I do want to say I thank you, Vice Chair Everly, for being here tonight, and also to the Commission for all their work. But I agree with you. What Minka does is invaluable. So thank you very much for all the work you do with the Commission and for the city in support of a lot of the council initiatives. I think a lot of what my colleagues have said, I'm in line with, but I do want to emphasize, our referral to the commission with regards to some of the key dates of celebration. We have AAPI that has just finished in the month of May, and I understand that there was a lot of events that the city had sponsored or co-sponsored, and so that was great. But we do have Juneteenth that's coming up, and Vice Chair Ebele had mentioned it. It is a very a poignant day, given that it is a day of freedom and emancipation for a lot of African Americans free from slavery. And it took a few years or a couple of years before they realized that. So I would really like to see that is emphasized on the day and celebrated, their freedom. So I look forward to hearing more and to learning more of what Human Resources Commission is doing on this day of celebration. I think my colleagues have said much of the others, and I want to thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
And I don't see any other comments, so thank you very much. And thank you to all your colleagues for all the work that they do, and to Minka as well. And we look forward to your progress.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
So before proceeding on our next item, I think we'll take a 10-minute break. So it is 7:31 and we'll reconvene right around 7:40 then. Thanks. to take up action item number 2, which is a public hearing regarding adoption of 2 ordinances implementing the Objective Standards Project, a new chapter of contextual design criteria and objective design standards. Second, modifications to affordable housing overlay district to eliminate the legislative process. And third, changes to remove inconsistencies and redundancies and streamline project review throughout our Title 18. So I see Ms. Tanner, welcome again.
Good to be here. We have Jean Eisenberg, who will be providing the staff report. We also have Jody Gerhart, who's here as staff support as well. Ms. Eisenberg, are you ready?
Yes, I will go ahead and share my screen. Good evening, Mayor Burt and members of the council. We're back to talk about the objective standards. This is an action item tonight. I have an abbreviated presentation. You have a full presentation in your packet, and I'm just going to do an excerpt of that for the next 10 minutes, recapping what the project is, why we're doing it, the responses to the council's action and multi-part motion from November 8th. And then I'll be responding to that council action in 2 parts, the objective design standards, which is an attachment A in your packet, and other updates to Title 18, which is attachment B. So why are we doing this? There have been changes in state law recently that allow for streamlined review for certain types of housing development projects that meet objective standards. And the way it is now, the city has a number of objective zoning regulations that regulate the development envelope, but the city does not have objective design standards. And so for those types of streamlined housing projects, the city cannot use discretionary or subjective regulations, including the architectural review findings or the the context-based design criteria. And so really, the city does not have to do anything. You're not required to adopt any new objective standards. You only need to enforce the ones you have for these certain types of projects. But that's why we're proposing to do this here. And so what we've done is transformed the existing subjective criteria from the context-based design criteria into objective standards and made a number of other updates to Title 18 in order to identify the city's design priorities and clarify those as objective regulations. So since we last met on this in November, in terms of the design standards, we've been working with the ARB to refine and add objective design standards. And we've been working with the community through a series of 2 webinars to both have listening sessions to understand people's concerns, as well as to present some of these options and ultimately the standards that we're presenting here. And so the first part from attachment A, the design standards, just recapping where these apply. And I do want to clarify this because some of the public comment mentioned the R1 districts. These only apply to multifamily projects or mixed-use projects with at least 2/3 residential, and they only apply to districts that allow multifamily housing. And this is the same as the context-based design criteria today. The ordinance is divided into a number of substantive topics, and within those, it's subdivided into 2 parts. First, we have this overarching contextual design criteria statement that establishes intent. And then underneath that umbrella, a series of objective standards, which are often measurements or listed as a series of options that an applicant should choose from. So going through some of the key motion items from the council's November 8th action, first we expanded what we call the crosswalk. This is a comparison of the existing criteria and the new proposed objective standards. And through this process, it helped us identify places where we had some gaps or we hadn't fully captured ideas. The council, rightly so, identified privacy criteria as being lacking, and so we've added those. And so at this point, we believe that we have really taken the spirit and the letter of the context-based design criteria and translated them into the new ordinance. A key change is the addition of several privacy criteria and defining elements for sightlines. And this is done through establishing requirements for how windows can be located, how they can be made opaque and located away from potential privacy impacts for existing residents. And likewise, in terms of balconies, making sure that balconies are designed in such a way that they don't look down onto existing private open spaces. And part of the idea behind these standards is to have them apply when a new project is proposed close to an existing residential project, and really to encourage an applicant to move the massing of the building away from that privacy impact. So to establish a deeper setback from that existing development. And so the way it is now, the way this is written, these standards would apply to those housing development projects undergoing streamlined review, and they would not apply to other commercial projects or other non-housing development projects. We've also expanded the menu of options in the facade composition section. This is both expanding the number of required choices that an applicant needs to choose from, as well as expanding the options that they can choose from. Another key topic from the council's motion was about contextual height transitions. We'd previously had a height transition along the front of a facade when it's adjacent or abutting a lower height building. And we've expanded that to also require a step back on the facing facade. And what this done is it really breaks down a building into, if you're looking at the ground floor from this example photo, it really looks like a 4-story building rather than a 5-story building. So reduces that apparent mass. And then the second piece is that there are a number of places where just daylight planes do not currently apply. And so we're proposing to add a daylight plane to those locations, such as residential uses in commercial districts, to require a daylight plane on new development that again helps with that height transition to a lower height building. The second part, and this is attachment B, are other updates to Title 18. And so just recapping some of the key changes. First, there's a new streamlined review process for those housing development projects that are only meeting objective standards. Instead of the architectural review process, they would go through a streamlined process, one study session with the ARB, and the staff report for that study session would rely more on this type of objective standards checklist rather than on findings which don't, subjective findings which do not apply to those streamlined projects. Second piece is that we've brought back this idea of changes to the affordable housing overlay. This is both in response to the civil grand jury report, as well as thinking about the purpose and process of the affordable housing overlay, which really are not aligned right now. So this overlay allows more flexible development standards for those 100% affordable projects, but at the same time, the legislative process is fairly onerous. And so as a result, we're not really seeing applicants take advantage of this opportunity. So this proposed process would allow projects that meet that affordability criteria to automatically qualify for those flexible design standards. And so the second piece, the council's motion regarding the entitlement process, the motion was to distinguish between the process for housing development projects, which would be required to meet our new design standards versus other projects. So just walking you through this slide, the housing development projects would be required to meet all of the typical zoning standards. Those are the development envelope standards like height and setbacks. And then they would meet our new design criteria, the new objective design standards. They would go through SEQA review to the extent that it applies, and then undergo one streamlined review through the one ARB study session. All other projects, including commercial projects or other housing projects that are discretionary, would also need to meet those zoning regulations for development envelope, and they would continue to go through the the context-based design criteria, just like they do today, go through SEQA review, and then the standard architecture review. The staff report does provide a staff alternative approach wherein all projects would go through the new design criteria, the new objective standards. And this is to both streamline the review and just sort of clarifying what the city's design priorities are for all applicants, for the community and decision makers. It also allows the new design standards that we've come up with, including the ones on privacy, to apply to all projects regardless of the configuration of use or regardless of the split of residential and commercial. This slide is just a summary of the revisions we've made based on the alphabet of motion items from November and where you can find that information in the packet or the ordinance. And these packet pages correspond to tonight's June 1st packet. And so staff recommendation is that the council consider the objective design standards in attachment A and the code changes in attachment B, take public comment, and adopt the ordinance. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll give the council an opportunity to ask any technical questions, then hear from the public, and then return to the council for action. So does anyone have any questions following up from the presentation?
Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, we also have Chair Thompson from the ARB here, if you would like to speak with her.
Great. And Chair Thompson, did you want to add anything at the outset in addition to being here as a resource for what the ARB went through?
Sure. Yeah. I'll just give a little quick summary of our conversations that we've been having on the board. I'll repeat. I'm Osma Thompson. I'm chair of the Architecture Review Board. So we, in our last meeting, focused on some of the main changes that we were asked to focus on by council. And it took a few rounds of heated debate, as should be not a surprise. But we did come to some conclusions which are in front of you today. So the ask to create standards around privacy is actually quite unusual in terms of our experience. Our board couldn't actually recall many other privacy standards in other cities that we've worked in, especially those that apply to multifamily housing. Nevertheless, we attempted to figure out a way to create standards that would lead to privacy in the form of offset windows, reduced clear glazing, landscape screening, and site planning, some of those things that were shown earlier today. And we also extensively wrote standards into balcony designs within 30 feet of neighboring residential windows that would prevent intrusive sightlines. So for the building massing and facade section, we discussed that if we were to increase the number of required items for the menu, in order to make the design more feasible, we would actually also need to increase the menu a little bit as well, since some of them are sort of conflicting standards. So that's also part of this new update. And then, the last item was the height transition. This was a huge item of great discussion. As Jean mentioned, we did discuss using a daylight plane to limit height in the case of adjacency to lower scale residential. There was concern regarding this, but the majority of the board did agree that that was the best way forward. So in general, the board is open-minded and curious to see how these standards do end up playing out in practice. A lot of us have been on the back end of this and have found frustration sometimes with these constraints. And so we've tried to design these to sort of be flexible without allowing for too much free rein. The board has also discussed revisiting these standards in the future once a few projects have come through. And I'm also open to questions.
Thank you. And I don't see any lights from council members, so we can see if we have members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And anyone from the public who does wish to speak, please put in a card promptly. We'll be closing off comment solicitations shortly. Our first speaker is Jeff Levinsky, and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. There are many issues with the proposed ordinance, but time is limited, so I'll talk about just three. First, on packet page 48, as you just heard, staff is trying again to get you to apply the new objective design standards to the vast majority of projects in the city. You already voted to not do that, which was prudent given the many potential problems with the new standards. In fact, the expanded crosswalk document reveals major holes that were actually not filled by the new proposal. So I encourage you to stick with your previous direction to staff. Next, there are some strange new parking rules in the ordinance. On packet pages 46 and 116 are rules that prohibit long-term surface parking in front of buildings, yet that's often the most convenient layout, a good example being 360 Sheridan. The comment on page 116 that the new rule is, quote, almost verbatim, taken from an existing law isn't right, as our existing law prohibiting open parking only applies to RM40 projects with 6 or more units. So what's being proposed is actually an enormous change and a reason not to apply it to everybody. Finally, the wording in the new standards remains far from objective. Our state law says objective standards should, quote, involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and be knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official before submittal. So with that in mind, listen to these 9 excerpts from just one page of the proposed ordinance. That's page 116 in your packet. Greatest extent feasible, are preferable, architecturally compatible, adequate room to grow, extent feasible, where feasible, take into consideration, need for landscaping, and adequately setback. None of those are objective. Applicants can't possibly know in advance whether their submissions will meet those or not. So courts will find that our new standards fail to meet the state requirements and toss them out. We've got to get that fixed. Another example where the standards aren't clear is on packet page 68, where it tries to define different types of housing, but it considers townhomes and 2-story condominiums as different from each other, which makes no sense to me. And I didn't even try to count all the places where abutting and adjacent are not used correctly. At the top of page 66, for example, where there's some privacy protections, they only apply if you're separates 2 buildings, there's no abutting structure, so the whole rule is tossed out the window. Come on. Sorry to go so quickly, but please keep these and other problems in mind as you examine the proposed rules tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other public speakers on this item, so we can return to the council for any other questions or discussion. So I guess I'd like to start off and ask if staff has responses to any of the issues that Mr. Levinsky just raised.
Sure, I can start. So first, yes, the council, in terms of applying objective standards to all projects, the way that the ordinance is written, these new objective standards would only apply to housing development projects under state law. That's the council's motion, and that's what we've done. In the presentation, I did provide a staff alternative that's described in the staff report. If it's something that the council is interested in taking up, we can talk about it. Otherwise, we don't need to. Second, in terms of parking in the front, I may need to look at that more closely, but the current context-based design criteria discourage any parking between the front lot line and the building. We don't expect a lot of surface parking really anywhere with redevelopment, and so we would not want to see any surface parking between the front lot line and the building, if I'm understanding the comment correctly. In terms of, there was a reference to packet page 116 regarding parking. Those were relocated. Those are existing regulations that are relocated. And so to the extent that it includes some subjective language, which it might, we are not required to change any existing subjective language. So that's old language. We've just moved some things to consolidate parking into just those parking standards. So those, the packet page 116 parking is not new regulations. And then the last comment was packet page 66 regarding the privacy spacing. So that it is true, the standards are only proposed to apply when you have a new project with a facing window or balcony that's within 30 feet of that abutting facing window or balcony. And so as I mentioned in the presentation, the idea is to encourage an applicant to move their massing beyond that 30-foot distance. So if you're within 30 feet, you have to meet all of these privacy and sightline standards. If you separate your buildings beyond 30 feet, then those privacy standards would not need to apply.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. So on that last one, in the use of the terms abut versus adjacent, so can you clarify that abutting, you're saying, is not up against, it is facing? Is that how you're using the term?
This is if you have a abutting property, so a shared lot line and a residential building across the way. It doesn't mean that that the buildings are abutting one to the other. And we can look at that language if that's confusing. It's something we can address, but the idea is if you have an abutting parcel with a facing residential windows facing one another and within 30 feet.
Okay, so you're talking about abutting parcels versus abutting construction. That does seem problematic, and that it might be clearer if they're adjacent, immediately adjacent. That seems to be talking about the proximity as opposed to up against. Now, technically, I get what you're saying, that parcels can be abutting when I think most of us are thinking of property or buildings abutting being a different meaning. Ms. Tanner, did you have?
I was just going to say, I think in this specific instance, and Ms. Eisberg can correct me, I think the way that we are looking at it is kind of what you just said, which is it's about the parcel lines connecting. And so trying to encourage how do folks who are building a new building relate that building to that abutting parcel and the property or building that's on that parcel. So maybe it could be worded a little bit more clearly to make sure it's understandable, but I think it also is trying to relate to the way those terms are used throughout the code as well, versus maybe how we might use it in, day-to-day speak.
Okay. And then the issue of where we have language that is subjective language that, if I understood this correctly, and I was trying to follow it, it's the argument is that it's allowed if it's carryover language.
So I can speak to that.
Okay,
Assistant Attorney Albert Yang. So it's not something that we can use as a basis for denial of a housing project, but the section that was cited on packet page 116, that's applicable to all development in the city. So that's applicable to commercial projects, where we can apply these subjective standards more freely. So this is generally applicable parking standards. It's the subjective elements we may not be able to apply to housing development projects, but we do have additional objective standards for those housing development projects. It's just the language that we were talking about on packet page 116, that's citywide, commercial, mixed use, everything.
So is there language in the attachment that clarifies that would only apply where it is not, or it is allowed to apply, basically? I'm trying to follow that if we can't have that subjective language, we've used it, in transferred in from something that is broadly used where it applies, it can apply, and where it isn't allowed to apply. That seems confusing to me, but maybe I'm just not following it well enough.
Yeah, so I think that the proposed structure of the new ordinances is to say, if you're a housing development project, go to this new chapter 1824. And we've got a whole host of very detailed objective design standards that apply to housing development projects. And so, if you are one of these projects for which we cannot use subjective criteria to deny or reduce the density of the project, then we have a specific set of regulations that apply. But for all other projects, our code is more or less staying the same. The one change we've made here is to consolidate some of our parking standards so they're all in the same place for those projects.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. All right, so my question has to do with, I'm sorry, I'm on the last packet page 9, and I want to be sure I understand this correctly. A structure within 40 feet of an abutting structure cannot
I'm sorry, can you reference then if it's?
It's page 9 of the report.
Report page 9?
Yeah.
As opposed to packet page 9.
Yeah, hopefully the report didn't change dramatically.
Packet page 40 on the new packet.
Right.
Wonderful. Also, my lighting's terrible here, so I can't even see my page numbers anymore. So I'm trying to understand this because it looks, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say draconian to limit a facade to 15% windows. Is that really what's proposed here? I'm just imagining people living in multifamily housing and, I just did a little math. Maybe you have an 8x12 wall and you're going to end up with a window that's less than 4 feet by 4 feet. Is that really what we're suggesting?
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. I see Chair Thompson is approaching to perhaps speak. I think the ARB helped to hash out this proposed idea.
Indeed, yes, it was very much hashed out. Yeah, it's I think what the compromise ended up being, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong, is it's one of the options. So there's an option to offset windows. There's an option to sort of angle your glazing away from an abutting structure, and this is only within the 30 feet. And then the other option is, yes, to sort of reduce your glazing. And to give you a summary of the conversation, the debate that we were having is, it was definitely discussed that in multifamily housing, you only have one wall, and quality of life is of the utmost importance, and reducing glazing is absolutely, it is not good architecture, it's not good development, and it is not advisable by any architect. And so part of the thinking is that we are providing other alternatives for those building facades that are within that 30 feet. The thinking is that either the building is set back or they would allow, the compromise that we had is that we have this menu of options. And so that maybe like if there's a different style of unit or something, it's true. For multifamily housing, it doesn't work, and it would be very unlikely that a developer would actually do that.
So let me just be sure I understand. So instead they would choose one of those angled things where there were 3 sort of little windows looking out, sort of sticking out.
Yeah.
I do want to clarify that the 15% is actually not optional. So that's one of the required maximum transparency, but it doesn't just limit to, and then the options are either offsetting the windows or having the opaque glazing below 5 feet or having a window up high above 5 feet. So the 15% threshold we think is pretty high. The motion in November asked us to consider dropping it lower, and we determined we really couldn't drop it lower based on just building code requirements for bedroom window egress, things like that. But there's a 15% maximum for glazing that you can see through that's translucent, but there could be additional windows, say bathroom windows or corridor windows that are fixed and obscure that could provide additional light in and out.
Does staff have an image of what this would look like? Like, what would it look like if we had a facade that each room only had a less than 4 foot square window?
Well, it's not, just to clarify, it's not each room. So this is for the whole facade that's within 40 feet.
Well, each unit. This seems like something that's inappropriate to require for the people who are going to come to live in our city. So I'm going to have trouble supporting this. I certainly appreciate staff's effort and time on this and the ARB, and I'm very grateful for the crosswalk. I'm sure that was a lot of work. And I know we talked about it last time, but I think this goes too far, even if it's what we asked for, and I appreciate the additional work on it.
So, and just for clarity, the sections that we're talking about are on packet page 65 and 66 of the new staff reports, starting with number 2 in the middle of page 65, and you'll see A, B, C, and D, and E. And all of those alphabet letters need to be done. But you'll see, like under D and E, under windows and balconies, there are some options. But this particular transparency one about the 15% of a facing facade. Now, this is only if you're within 40 feet of an abutting structure. More windows. We also expect that there would be windows on the front and the back of the building. They don't have to all have windows on the sides. And so
can I just clarify for Councilmember Cormack? I think that's independent of the packet page, it's the report attachment A, pages 15 and 16, right? So everybody can
For
follow.
Councilmember Cormac, it would be packet page 211 and 212.
Okay.
On the old report.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the report states that the proposed privacy standards will only apply to new housing development projects, not commercial projects. And the commercial projects will continue to be subject to the subjective primary privacy guidelines. So are those privacy guidelines more restrictive than what is being proposed here, and that's why they're not being recommended?
The existing privacy regulations are subjective. They're in the context-based design criteria. So it's the review and discretion of the ARB in their review. There are no design standards around privacy in the context-based design criteria for commercial-only projects. The reason that they're not recommended to be applied to commercial-only projects is that based on the council's motion, we were asked to distinguish between having only the objective standards apply to housing development projects narrowly and not to other projects.
Okay, I can understand that. I would imagine our intent would not be to have commercial projects have lesser privacy standards than the housing projects.
I think the distinction is between the development of these as standards that apply to housing projects versus the discretionary project process that happens now, whereby if the ARB did feel that it was not appropriate, the glazing or other aspects of the project, they could recommend that the applicant make changes versus having a predetermined set of standards that you have to adhere to. So I think we really do have a code that has two worlds in it now. We have an objective section of our code that we're creating and adding to, and then we're maintaining the discretionary process in our code. So I don't know if that directly helps answer your question a bit.
No, it does. And it's just the added complexity that the state is really forcing upon all jurisdictions. And I think we can trust the ARB to be able to make that determination. So that's helpful. Do you want to add?
So yeah, I think staff would be very happy to, as Jean has talked about, the staff alternative of having all projects adhere to these new guidelines, then we could, apply these standards to commercial projects. And the idea behind all of this is that a project that wants to adhere to objective standards would, pass through the process very quickly because it's a black and white standard. They've met it, they can move forward. If they want to do something a little bit different, then it's going to take us a little bit more time. But there's a lot of projects that could adhere to most of the objective standards, and we would only need to discuss those few things that were not exactly black and white. And so that would be the hope, to get projects moving in a streamlined fashion, and also make sure that the city, can say what sort of buildings that we want.
I think from the staff perspective and the applicant perspective, that makes sense. One thing I do like about having these two different roads for housing and commercial, one, the housing part required by state law, but I think it creates an incentive for applicants for developers to choose a housing project over a commercial project to recognize, hopefully, far fewer headaches going down the objective process. So I'm not sure if I'm willing to go that far. I am concerned about the 6-foot step back proposal. Sorry, that was page 188 from the previous packet. So how, I guess, if maybe the ARB can weigh in on this, just why do we think the 6 foot is going to be significant enough to provide meaningful privacy protections? 6 feet. I mean, I think the mayor is about 6 feet tall. It doesn't seem like that far of a distance to really make such a big difference. And sorry if you're taller than that.
Used to be.
Sorry, orient me. We're not talking about the setback, are we? Are we talking about the balcony height?
No, sorry, now I got
This is the upper story setback?
the setback.
Okay. So the upper story, so that is, that was in part for privacy, but also in part for like contextualizing a building. So if the adjacent building is a certain height and this other developer wants to go taller, he sort of has to meet the adjacent building. I think it's like within 2 feet of their height, and then have that line continue for 6 feet. And then he can go up. So part of that is a contextual, sort of to like encourage contextuality in a design, in a facade. And then there is a privacy benefit because if you think about kind of how sightlines work, so like I have, say this podium might be 2 feet deep, 1.5 feet maybe. If it was deeper, I wouldn't be able to see below that, for example, right? My sight line is limited by how far away I am from my nearest solid edge. And so that's another benefit. And then we do talk about that in the balcony. That's sort of separate from this, but mostly the discussion with this one was about contextualizing the facade more than the privacy.
Okay, but in your kind of professional experience, a 6 foot step back there also provides more meaningful privacy protections than what a layman might think. For me, for example.
Depends what happens in that 6 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that 6 feet is barred from pedestrian activity, like if it's not a balcony, if it's just a roof, then absolutely. Yeah. That's gonna.
Is that the case here?
I don't know that we're stipulating that. I think depending on the type of building, if it's a wood frame construction or a concrete construction, a developer might choose one over the other. Like for example, wood frame constructions, you don't really build balconies on top of roofs for that. It's a waterproofing. Nobody likes to deal with the waterproofing with that. For a concrete building, it's a little bit easier. So the balconies, so we do talk about balconies within 30 feet and the privacy that they would require. And that is on packet page 212 of the old packet. So we sort of treated them as separate things, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I understand the complexity of this and how difficult that is to kind of to balance the competing interests and concerns. And I share Councilmember Cormack's concerns about being overly restrictive on windows, but also as a person who lives in a multifamily residence and somebody who for a long time enjoyed the privacy protection of having trees in between me and an adjacent structure that was well within 40 feet. For a long time, it did not bother me. We had a new owner purchased our apartment complex a few months ago, ripped out the trees in my patio, and now all the windows facing us look directly into my apartment complex. And so that having the window is nice, but I think that privacy balance is, it's a different style of living when you don't feel like you can sit comfortably in your own living room and not wave at the person having dinner across the way. So yeah, a lot of issues to consider, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
If I may clarify, if you're talking about multifamily or commercial type projects, any of those sorts of trees are part of a landscape plan. And so those are a required part of the project. And even many times on single family homes, when we're doing the 2-story IR process, we do have some required trees in those types of permits as well. So if trees are being removed and not replaced, that is something that the planning department can handle. And we also have, as far as new regulations, we talk about landscape screening. I've got the old one in my hand, so it's 211, but it's talking about a minimum of 1 tree for every 25 linear feet of landscape screening.
And so the other thing I'll bring up is like the board we debated very hotly about this and we were split in our vote, our straw poll on this. I think the board was only three at the time, and it was like a 2-1 split on that.
Sorry, just to clarify on what issue were you split on?
The glazing, the openness, abutting like it was the 15, it was the 5 foot. There's a stipulation of having like obscure glazing up to 5 feet or obscure solid stuff up to 5 feet. That's in the menu, I think. I think the reason the 15% passed through with the majority of us is because there's building code reasons as well. There's fire protection for adjacent structures, and the building code also restricts the amount of glazing unless you have fire glazing, which is really expensive. And so a lot of developers choose not to do that, and a lot of developers just choose to go back the 40 feet so that they can have open glazing and unlimited design opportunities. That's just from experience. So that's I think why the 15% didn't meet with too much contention. It was really the menu on under item D with the sill height, because there's exiting, like in multifamily housing, the window sill has to be like less than 5 feet. I think it's like 44 or 42 inches off the ground in order to get out of the window to exit. And so the 5 foot, the note like DI, like that one, that straw poll was a 2-1 because it, some of the board felt it made sense and others felt like it didn't make sense for multifamily housing.
Great. I appreciate your expertise. That's helped a lot with the context, and apologies to my colleagues for going so far over.
No problem. Don't see other hands up. So let me loop back to this Windows question so this is packet page 66 of our current packet, page 16 of attachment A, I believe. So under C, first the title, it says maximum transparency. And that sounds like a process description. And I think what it's meaning here is something a little different. Is it that the title of that section is really trying to describe maximum allowed transparency of, or maximum amount of transparent windows? Yeah. I think we tend to get into code speak sometimes, and it might be just clearer for everybody to have that. But then within the substance, so that's the maximum of transparent windows, but it's not the maximum of windows. And so as long as they're fixed, and by fully obscured, we mean opaque windows, right? So then they can have,
opaque from the outside looking in, so people couldn't see in and out, right? Like it's more obscure than a truly opaque window that you can't see in or out of and doesn't provide any light would probably not be something you would want to have, but I think it is obscured. I don't know if you want how you describe it.
It'd be translucent.
Translucent. Yeah.
Translucent.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
also-
I think that does change, the living experience, so that you only have a limited amount that you can look out and see your neighbors can see into your apartment, but you can get a lot more natural light. And I think that's the bottom line on there. I did want to visit this issue on whether these should apply to commercial applications or not. So I hadn't been thinking about the point that Councilmember Stone brought up, which is that by having residential development be the most streamlined, that gives an additional incentive, hopefully, for residential development. But I had been really assuming that the primary reason that we weren't applying these standards to commercial is we had always believed that greater discretion resulted in better design and better projects, and that because of the SB 330, which I just want to read the important passage so everybody who's the public who may be listening is clear that that it says objective. It it requires objective standards involving no personal or subjective judgment by public official and being uniformly verifiable, etc. So it basically says that we can't have standards that require any subjective judgment on here. And just to be clear on that, and it's not that it's so much that this is allowed, this is a mandate. And that we have this path. Now they can elect an alternate path, and in that sense, it's allowed. But most of all, this isn't an allowance by the state. This is a strict edict by the state. And this is maybe more a question from Ms. Thompson. So if we were to apply these sorts of standards to commercial projects, is it the ARB's perspective that having that less discretion would result in less ability for the ARB to drive better design and have basically eliminate your ability to look at context as well as just standalone design, because so much of design is about its context. What works in one location may not be ideal in another. So I wonder if you could kind of comment on, if we were to apply this to commercial, how the ARB would view that.
Yeah, I can respond to that. Our board has remained pretty steadfast that we don't believe these objective standards should apply to other forms of development. I think in the past, we've discussed having the intent statements, which are subjective, that are taken from the previous code. And because those are basically, they're supposed to be a carbon copy of what was there, that those intent statements would apply, and that only the objective criteria would apply to the housing. Every time our board has discussed this, we have strongly felt that objective standards don't make sense for other kinds of development.
And the reason they don't make sense is what?
The reason is because it's exactly as you said. Architecture is always very contextual, and our board struggled even with having this apply to housing, truthfully, because no two lots are actually the same, and even their adjacencies are always different. And so we struggled a lot with that. And that's why we're keen to see how this plays out, because it's anytime there is an objective criteria, you can't necessarily guarantee good design, and you can't guarantee quality as much as you try. So we've made a list of materials that we feel like are high quality. We've done what we can, I think, but no, it will never. Our architecture is only so good as almost like the community and peer believe it is.
Well, unfortunately, I doubt very much that our state legislators are listening to this meeting. But thank you. So for that clarification.
If I may, just on packet page 53 and packet page 199 of the old staff reports, you'll see 182420. And we had originally called each of these chapters in 1824 has intent statements, which we are now calling design criteria, because council had asked us to find a better wording for that. And so those are the subjective portion of the chapter. And then you have objective design standards. And so as Chair Thompson was saying, those would be the ones that staff would propose to apply to only housing projects.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Koo.
Well, I really appreciate your questions, Mayor Burt, and Chair Thompson's response in terms of how these state mandates are really limiting good design that is community-based and that takes into consideration the character of the neighborhood and also quality. But I wanted to go back to windows on the old packet from the last meeting, packet page 212, which is actual page 16. item number D3. It says windows shall be angled up to 30 degrees to face away from abutting privacy impacts. So here it says up to 30 degrees. It can also mean that the developer does not have to angle it by 30 degrees. It could be 0 degrees, right? So why up to? And it looks like this option also allows for floor to ceiling window that slants downward by 5 degrees to face a neighboring resident. Why face a neighboring residence?
So in the packet, we do have some photographs of the ideas that we're talking about. Packet page 39 or old packet page 185 has those photographs that we're talking about with the, 30-degree windows and things like that.
But why the wording up to?
Well, I mean, it could be less, but as you see, it's a very severe angle. Those windows are looking to the side. They wouldn't be looking to the adjacent building.
So maybe to clarify.
Those slanted ones that you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah, so a sort of side-facing window wouldn't work if it was 0, because then there wouldn't be any space for the window. And then sort of as you consider the angle as it goes up to 30 degrees, that is where sort of your transparency would come in. And I do think that picture that Jody pointed out is probably best illustrative of that situation.
And you believe that these angled windows will protect privacy, and it doesn't prevent someone from looking in from a 90-degree angle from a building across. I mean, I don't know how much privacy these would give, even with the slantedness, but I guess you guys took that into consideration as well.
I think you can imagine that this would be on the wall, facing a nearby building. And so they're angled maybe towards the front, let's say, of the building that they're within. So they're angled so that they're not facing the front. So if you think about, window would be facing adjacent building less than 40 feet away, less than 30 feet away. And so instead, this window is angled towards the front, let's say, of that subject building and not facing the neighboring building. That's the intent of the angle option in the menu.
Yeah, I mean, I could sort of give an example, real life, like if Mayor Burt was my adjacent window and I was the building, and say this TV in front of us was the wall, if I angle this TV such that maybe it's pointing at Councilmember Stone and all of my transparency was facing this way, then Mayor Burt couldn't look at me because I have a wall that's sort of blocking his vision at me. But I can see all of, I can see Councilmember Stone and, assuming he's not actually part of the building, but I don't know, does that help? Vice Chair Koo?
It works.
Depends on whether he's a cornerstone or not.
Thank you. I think, well, in my profession, oftentimes in rooms, we like to see windows that are big enough for a fireman to get through. And so it seems like more and more of these units, they seem to have much, much smaller windows. Has that been has the fire department been consulted in terms of ingress and egress through windows for safety purposes in case of fire and so forth?
Yeah, so at no time would we be violating the building code. We are setting up standards, though, that give the project architect a task. They may have to put more windows on the front and the back of the building versus the side or something like that. So it is a challenge. And we admit that and understand that, but it was something that we needed to do to maintain privacy as this community asked for.
Thank you. I'll hold the questions for my next round. Thanks.
And Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks very much. And man, I got a whole ton of these. So where am I going to start here? Let me start with making sure that we talked about the abutment language. And are we clear on that? So for example, you know, the Levinsky Summa memo has a bunch of this stuff in it. But for example, page 66, where it says within 40 feet of an abutting structure. Okay. If you can see, it's under C. So the structure isn't abutting, the structure is adjacent, the property lines abut.
Thank you. I think.
Do we have a nomenclature problem there? And it's sort of low level stuff here, but.
Yeah, I would say. Iceberg, I don't know if you were referencing a different part of the ordinance and standards related to when it is abutting the parcel line. In these cases, in this section, which is packet page 66 of the current today packet, it is referencing the abutting structure. And so that really is measuring the difference between the two structures. Again, still encouraging folks who are building new to pull back their building so that it gets away from that neighboring structure. I think if council is wanting it to be the parcel line, we could clarify that by changing that language in this section. Ms. Eisberg, is there any other section that it's different where sometimes it's the building and sometimes it's the parcel line? I want to make sure I didn't misspeak too much.
We can do a search, but yes, the idea is it's about building separation.
Right. I mean, that's really my question, right? Which is, I mean, I think we all understand what we want here. And the only question is the language going to cause us trouble later on if somebody contests us? And therefore the question is, does somebody need to go do an edit pass and make sure it's all said the right way? That's really the question here. I think we all understand what
I would say if council is in agreement that it's the abutting residential building as we have in the section, we could certainly, make sure when it comes back for second reading that we have that alignment, but I think we do. I think it was just my error earlier in speaking.
Well, I think that would it's the building next door, but obviously the building isn't, flush on the property line and so forth, right? So it's just making sure the language is defensible, right? If somebody shows up.
Yeah, so, it's not, they want to have no ambiguity so that it's objective and meets that criteria that Mayor Burt
we're getting in the subjective case, people would go, well, of course, right? But in an objective case, and like you said, as the mayor quoted, says, no interpretation is allowed and so forth. There was another question. I'm sort of doing the little stuff before we get to the big stuff. There's some discussion in the staff report that staff doesn't recommend us mucking around with height limits for fear of crossing SB 330 on. And there was a question was, well, is that really a problem because can't we just increase FAR, right? And that would be okay, or is that not okay?
I think we can't be reducing development potential. And so,
right.
Yes.
But if we increase FAR to compensate for height changes, is that okay?
We'd have to sort of do an analysis. If you're going to lower the height limit,
right,
you might have to reduce setbacks. Well, because the FAR doesn't change, you're squishing it down. And so the box has to get bigger this way.
Well, I mean, if the FAR limit is 0.5 and we say, okay, we're going to allow 0.9, right? Doesn't that have the same effect?
FAR is the size of the building, sort of the square footage.
Right.
And so you can have square footage going sideways or going up and down.
Right.
Then you have setbacks and height limits that say what the buildable area is.
Right. Okay.
I think to answer your question, Councilmember, yes, in theory, we could change other levers in the development standard world to compensate for a change in the height. But we'd have to look at the specific proposal and do some analysis on each.
Okay, I understand that. Let's see. Let me ask. Okay, let me ask how much time have I got left? Oh, this will take more than a minute, so maybe I'll catch the next time around. Okay, well, the alternate approach discussion. Let me see if and thank you for doing this, and especially thank you for the crosswalk, which is quite helpful, right? If I understand what staff is proposing with the alternate approach, it's not to apply objective standards to commercial buildings, right? It's to continue to apply subjective standards or context-based standards to commercial buildings, but to replace sort of the existing snarl of stuff with these, what used to be called intent, right? That's all in one place, right? And is clearer. And I'm assuming that because of this process, you folks went through years and years and years of code and learned a lot and so forth and said, hey, we can consolidate this and make it much clearer and so forth. And so the argument that, first of all, is that correct? Is that we'd continue the context-based approach using what's the new term?
Yes, I love your analogy that we have taken the snarl of stuff, because that's exactly what it is,
right?
Which is context-based design criteria that is in many different chapters. And that's why that crosswalk document is so long and so repetitive as well. And we've done the crosswalk, and we've tried to take all of those criteria and now put them into 1824 under design criteria, as you've said.
And so the principle here would be, again, this is for commercial buildings, right? Not for housing accountability. Right? The principle would be, we can get the same result as we did before, right? But it'll be a lot more efficient for everybody, including staff. Is that the argument?
That's exactly the argument.
Okay. So, first of all, how much less work are we talking about? A lot or a little, or?
I mean, it's different chapters that say slightly different things.
Right.
That's really hard to teach a new staff member, that they've got to comb through those design criteria every time. They cannot rely on their memory because there's no way to remember all those itty bitty details.
Right.
So it's a snarl.
So some of the public who was up here before this evening says, well, we have some counterexamples to that. So for example, they say the Kipling example, right? If you remember that we went through 429 University and the Vino place, Michael Harbor down the street and so forth. They said, that was appealed under the old criteria. Under the new criteria, you couldn't appeal.
That is incorrect.
That's not correct.
Yes, the process would be exactly the same as it is today for commercial projects.
Well, the assertion is that the language in the context-based standard, the new context-based standards, because they don't abut, because it was like, across the street and one lot down.
So we have the process is lined out on packet page 52.
Okay.
And it says towards the bottom, it talks about non-housing development projects and non-residential projects shall adhere to the context-based design criteria.
For the zoning district, but if I understand.
And they're subject to 1877 and 76, which is our regular process.
Which is the regular process.
Yes.
So that's not being replaced with the intent statements?
Jean, if you can go to the slide that shows the process. because I think we're talking about two different things a little bit. Because there's the criteria that we review projects against.
Right.
And then there's the actual process. So on the screen here, you're seeing that we have to, so on the bottom, actually, if we go to the next slide, Jean, with staff's proposal.
Right.
So commercial projects would have to, they got to meet their setbacks and their height limits and all of that.
Right.
And then they would meet the contextual design criteria,
Right.
which is the intent
Right.
statements, which
Right.
is the non-mucked up design standards.
Right.
But then you see at the very end there that there is the architecture review with the ARB.
Uh-huh.
We have the ARB findings. We
Yep.
have the 3 hearings.
Yep.
And what you don't see, but is still there, is still the appeal process and all of that.
Okay. Got it. So actually, this is very helpful. So if you go back one slide.
Jean, if you, yeah.
Right. Perfect. So the question is, between the contextual design criteria above and the context-based design criteria below, how do we know that the context-based design criteria below is faithfully reproduced in the contextual design criteria above, so that we go to the next slide?
Yes, and
There's no
that's why council asked for a detailed crosswalk.
Right.
And that's why Jean did all that wonderful work,
I understand.
going step by step to show that.
But now we're getting questions on, okay, so staff's assertion is that even under the contextual design criteria, the Kipling project would still be appealable, even though it's not abutting, right, 429.
Yes, and again, the appeal has nothing to do with the design criteria. The appeal is part of the ARB process and the 3 hearings.
Right, but if the ARB process nominally is supposed to follow the context-based design criteria, right? So you're saying the ARB process doesn't have to follow that?
Still discretion, I think that's.
Still discretionary.
Yeah, for commercial projects, we are not proposing to change the process.
Okay.
We're just proposing to change the criteria that it's weighed against.
Got it.
But
So-
in reality, it's the same. It's just moved around.
Okay,
So
so I
for
understand.
example, the ARB could, with a project, say, we have our 3 hearings, we've given
Right.
feedback, they've changed the project, we believe that it adheres to the contextual design criteria. A member of the public could still disagree with their decision and their recommendation and say, no, I'm going to appeal this decision because I don't think that it is sufficient. And then the council would then consider that appeal under the normal process.
So there was another example on here, which is on page where is it? Where's the one about shading?
What section
Oh,
are you
yeah,
looking for?
packet page 133. If you go to the crosswalk. Sorry to be so picky and nitpicky about all this, but trying to really understand this.
Page 133 and what section?
Page 133. So if you look at E at the top,
Mhm.
so the existing context-based design criteria limiting sun and shade impacts on abutting properties. That doesn't seem to be reproduced in the proposed standard or contextual design criteria.
So you'll see that E on the left column.
Yep.
That is the existing language.
Yep.
And then you'll see on the right column is the proposed language.
Yep.
And this is design criteria, which
Yep.
is subjective.
Yep. Doesn't say anything about sun and shade impacts that I could see.
Right, and then the portion in blue, which talks about the setback and daylight plane standards that we believe address sun and shade. And we did not propose any additional standards that, for example, limited shading to certain times of day or times of year.
So
And then we do have the daylighting in item number 7.
So staff believes that we don't, that E here, limiting sudden shade impacts on abutting properties, is redundant because it's covered with the daylight plane and setback criteria.
I wouldn't use the word redundant. We believe it's addressed by the setbacks and daylight plane standards. We're not recommending any additional shade limitations or shade impact standards. And yet one that's very, very difficult to do in an urban environment, and could render, projects infeasible if we didn't allow for any shade at certain times of day or certain times of year.
Okay, but right now, the context-based design criteria includes that, whether feasible or not, which is surely contextual, right?
So I think the chair can, the ARB chair can speak to this as well, but she was agreeing that the daylight plane standards would handle this sort of issue.
Okay. Let me ask the ARB, okay? From what you've seen, how confident are you that the contextual design criteria gives you the tools that you need to produce quality design for commercial projects, not objective standards?
I think we're pretty confident. Yeah, I think we've, the subjective design criteria that we've been using to date. I mean, we have our findings. We have our 5 findings, and then we have sort of design guidelines and comprehensive plan goals that we use to make our findings. The board, I've heard, is sort of, we feel like it's very straightforward and it's easy. It's easier than maybe another method, but yeah, I think we're satisfied.
Okay, so that was kind of my next question, which is.
Oh, you have a next one, right?
Well, I'll shut up after this one then, which is, but if I heard you right, which is, you think this is an improvement for what you need over the existing context-based design criteria?
It's, I wouldn't say it's an improvement. I would say that it is unchanged. Our impression is that it is unchanged. So we have the context-based, which is what we've been looking at this whole time.
Right.
And those have been translated to these, I guess they're called design criteria now with the intent statements. And those are one and the same for us. So I wouldn't say it's better. I would say it's the same.
The same. Okay. Yeah. Sorry to take so much time, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So I want to say that you have in the O packet page 193, the description or the definition of housing development projects. I was wondering if, just to have clarity that these housing development projects are actually state law applications, correct?
The state does define what a housing development project is. And as far as code sections, we have that the new packet page 52 and the old packet page 198 has that code language that explains what a housing development project is.
Right. So why not just call it state law applications instead of the housing development projects?
We're using the state's language. That's what they call them.
And I think part of it would be just there's quite a patchwork, as you all are well aware, of state laws, and there continue to be more. And so I think this term may continue to be part of how that legislative process describes these projects.
But the housing development projects are also mixed use and could potentially also be commercial, correct?
No, housing development projects, well, they could be mixed use with 2/3 housing. Yes, that is true. But there's hardly any projects have 2/3 housing.
So the phrase housing development project is fairly widely used in the state law, and it has a very specific meaning. And so I think this is a fairly precise term, the way that we're using it. And it's probably the clearest way that we can communicate to applicants and the public as well.
And that would keep it consistent and with what state law is, and so it would indicate that this is coming in as a state law application, correct?
Well, it's coming in as a development application, and there are several different state laws that apply. But it's not necessarily, it's not, specific to a single state law in the way that you might, talk about an application under SB 9. There's a whole network of state laws that deal with quote unquote housing development projects.
Thank you. I wanted to also, so one of the recommendations, also modification to the Affordable Housing Overlay District to eliminate the legislative process. Why would we want to eliminate the legislative process when the AH overlay also applies to units that are at 130, 140, 120% AMIs, and potentially is basically almost market rate. I mean, and we've seen one of those projects already, Alta Locale, that is 100% affordable, but it's really not affordable for many. Instead, we have those that are at 30 or 60% AMI, between 30 and 60% AMI, that we could be doing it, that we could be applying this process for. No matter what, it's still impactful on the community, right?
Certainly. I think that part of what we are trying to do is propose ways that the code could be adapted to produce more housing in the city, including affordable housing. And so I think there's certainly a robust discussion happening at the council level around the role of moderate income housing. But I believe that the proposal that we are talking about is for 100% affordable housing projects, and that those projects, if they meet the affordability criteria that the city has outlined, wouldn't need to have the additional time and expense to go through the legislative process. That if we say this is what needs to happen and they meet that, then it is deemed to comply with that part of the law. Certainly if council is, and I guess part of it would depend on the role that council feels housing, even moderate income housing, plays in providing for the needs of the current and future residents of Palo Alto. So that's kind of why we wanted to propose that. I see Mr. Yang has come on screen as well. Did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the Alta Locale project is not an AH project. It's a WH project, and that's a section that we are proposing to keep as a legislative change. WH is much more permissive in terms of affordability than the AH.
Okay, thank you. At this, so thank you, Mr. Yang. Now, the thing is, in the paragraph that is in the O packet, page 193, which is page 16, it also states that the units are so streamlining the process to generate more moderate income units. The units are distinguished from the income restrictions under the workforce housing overlay, which is set at 130 to 140% AMI. And then we're going to be comparing it, or the competition is for a nonprofit affordable housing provider. You're saying that they're also going to benefit from this streamlined review and provide units that are typically at the 60% AMI in order for them to qualify. Now, when we're placing these AMIs at the different levels, it's going to be very hard competition for a nonprofit to actually, even with this streamlined process, to be able to build and to get land in order to provide the 60% AMI. So I kind of feel like this is when developers come in, this is only going to be encouraging the moderate income and really making it very difficult for the low income. So in this part, I find it hard to see the lower income at the 60 or below.
Certainly, Councilmember or Vice Mayor Koo, that affordable housing, no doubt about it, is very difficult and expensive to build, and the lower the AMI level, the more subsidies needed. I think what this report is referencing, that for low-income housing tax credits, 60% AMI level is often part of those projects. And so a project that is having that as a source of funding, I believe, could reach those levels. However, it could be, if other sources of funding are used that don't have that restriction, up to 120% AMI could be a part of the projects that would be part of the affordable housing projects. Certainly doesn't make it easier for them to get funding, but it does allow their funding to go a little faster towards getting entitlement so that they can get under construction.
Okay, well, I think it will, like you said, it will be faster, but it doesn't make it any more easier for them in terms of getting the funding. So yeah, okay. I'm just going to say that for modifications to affordable housing overlay district and to eliminate the legislative process, I won't be able to support this one here. And there are just, Chair Osma from ARB has really emphasized, how the commission feels, or the board feels very confident that they have really worked towards making sure that the standards on privacy and also design would not have changed as much, and they are confident and they would like to see how that proceeds. But as I read through this, I do have great concerns that we have decades long laws that has been in place in order to provide valuable protection for residents from adjacent massing and density, the intensity also, and we're coming up with these kind of standards that may be unnecessarily which will degrade more of what we have in place right now, and have huge impacts on the neighbors. So it's very hard for me to support any of this at this point. Anyways, thank you.
If I might respond to that, unfortunately, we're faced with either adopting these proposals or something very close to them, or being left with the current objective standards, which provide fewer protections for the community. So the choices we have before us tonight are not having subjective standards that we've had historically, or these alternatives. They are very limited objective standards, or more better defined objective standards that come closer to what we used to use in subjective standards. They're not the same because we can't have that subjectivity. But we don't have a choice tonight between retaining subjective standards or these proposals. That's not what's before us. It's bad or worse. You might think of it if you don't like these. And by voting against these, you're voting for worse yet.
I think we're moving a little bit too fast, not knowing really what is the outcome or what is the outcome of all of this? And if anything, I mean, there's also confusion in terms of just the height limits with SB 330's density, or what the staff report calls intensity, because I really don't believe that a height limit does not normally limit density. I mean, there's FAR, and you don't have to build as many units, and there's still the density there.
Well-
But you can, so there's confusion in a lot of the language that is in what is proposed here.
But when we're saying we're moving too fast, one of the reasons that a number of our colleagues were pushing to get these before us, and I thought you were actually one of those colleagues, was to make sure that we had a backstop so that we wouldn't have projects that would come through with our old, much more limited objective standards, and that would protect the community less. If we don't adopt this, then until we adopt something else, we have less protection, not more. We have the opposite of what you're aiming for.
I hear you. I just find that there is still a lot of loopholes in this, and this is a rather large number of, instead of coming to us in chunks rather than the entire thing, I think it's a lot to process for a council that is, I mean, you have planning and transportation experience, but I don't have staff to help me through all of this.
Well, and I struggle with these too, and comprehending all the implications of it. And so don't get me wrong that that these are all clear and simple to me. They aren't. But one of the things that I think Director Late spoke to previously was our ability, even if it's not preferable, to come back and refine these more. So maybe staff could speak to that, because if we have concerns that we may not get it perfectly right tonight, then the choices are don't move forward, or move forward with these and then come back and tweak them. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. That is correct. And so I think if this is part of the overall iteration of our code over time, this certainly won't be the last time that we look at this code section and make revisions to it.
Yeah. So if we all assume that this is a complex set of changes, the ARB, who was not happy with having to accept objective standards and taking away the subjective decision-making of their professional insights. They went through this, and this is what, for the time being, everyone has thought is close to the best we can have right now. And we very well may find that we need to make refinements in the future. But I again will say that the alternative of not adopting something very close to this tonight is that our community will be less protected, not more. And I think that the outcome would be the opposite of what you're aiming for, Vice Mayor Koo. It would be less protection for the community. That's what you'd be voting for if you voted against going forward with some form tonight, not more protection. And we may not like it, but that's the position we're in as officials, that we have to deal with the state law as it is and try to provide the protection for the community to the degree that we can. So, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This conversation's been helpful. I think we're all frustrated with kind of just the state of the state right now, and and just kind of need to encourage people to be reaching out to the legislatures and paying attention during campaign season when we're voting for state representatives, if we're not happy with this. And I think a lot of people in the community are not happy with it, but this isn't the most interesting things, I think, and so people aren't really focused on it, but it has a massive impact on our lives. And I've been wrestling with, I think, the good points that the vice mayor have brought up regarding regarding a lot of the flaws here. But I think this discussion has been helping me feel a little bit better. Hearing the expertise from the ARB has been great, especially some of your more entertaining examples you've provided. But that's been really helpful for me, and I agree with the mayor's point ultimately that this is better than nothing. I do want I just guess want a little more certainty on this idea. So we're not precluded from under state law if we were to go back and make these more restrictive. We're not precluded under state law from that, because I know, was it SB 330 that we can't? So if you just speak to that.
Mr. Yang is going to speak to that question. I see him coming on there.
Yeah. So we are not precluded from making things, from changing these standards. What we are precluded from doing is making our overall standards more restrictive than they were. I believe it was January 1st, 2019. I think that's the relevant date.
Oh, okay. So anything after that date, we could modify and roll back. Not saying that we want to, but just to clarify.
Yes. Yeah. If we, made our standards more permissive in some way today, we could roll them back to, whatever they were in 2019.
Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful and provides me a little more comfort in the ultimate decision tonight. Back to that issue of the 100% affordable housing projects that the vice mayor was discussing. I thought she was making some good points there. On average, I just want to make sure I kind of understand why this is being proposed. I mean, on average, how many 100% affordable housing projects are presented to the city each year?
We don't get a lot on average. Right now we have two, the county, the courthouse, I believe, and then the Charleston, am I getting it right? And then of course we have the project that's under construction, which I'm forgetting, Wilson Court, that's under construction, which, began entitlement long ago. So I think the volume of affordable housing projects would probably not be, we hope it's more, but it's not huge, I would say.
So yeah, so few. It's not a massive. It doesn't seem to be a burden on staff or the PTC or the ARB or the council. Is the reason for this change just again kind of going back to that incentive program to hope to incentivize affordable housing developers to choose the 100% affordability option?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if it's an affordable housing developer that is seeking cities in the Bay Area or in our region to develop housing, they want to have certainty that they're going to be able to have the building that they're proposing get built. And so by removing the legislative process, it just increases the certainty that, hey, if we meet the standard and we do what you're asking us to do, we're going to have this, these different, I guess, more relaxed rules. That might not be the best way to phrase it. In addition, the time. So if they have to go through a legislative process that goes through ARB and PTC and council, and each of those bodies has more than one meeting on the topic, that could add at least a year or more to the project for something that ostensibly we want to encourage as a city.
Yeah, and I know we've been hearing that a lot from all housing developers, but especially affordable housing developers. What knobs are there that we can pull to be able to address that concern of the vice mayor regarding, and I don't think none of us want to choose an option that is only then going to create 120 to 140% AMI. We'd love to be able to see greater diversity there. Is there anything available beyond just hoping that they choose those options because of various tax credits and nonprofit support?
Right. Yeah, it's a great question. So it would the only eligible projects for the 100% affordable housing overlay would be up to 120% of AMI. So certainly if the council wanted to change, I'm making this up a little bit, Jody, but change overall what is determined to be eligible for the program, the city could say, it's a lower AMI level. It's 50 to 80% or what have you. That obviously could create challenges in terms of, again, deeper subsidies required for those projects. And some projects have a bigger breadth of AMI so that they can kind of cross balance. They have some units that are having higher income households and some units that have, lower income households. and I'm not affordable housing developer, so you'd probably want to talk to them before we go tinker with those. But that would be, let's say if we were to come back and say we want to target it more, we could look at targeting the AMI levels that are eligible for that. But
Okay, but that's not a discussion that needs to be happened tonight with this. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I see I'm out of time.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. So I concur with the mayor on this. I think right now we got nothing in terms of standards for Housing Accountability Act compliant projects. We got basically nothing. And so if we don't approve something tonight, then the next time we're going to be able to revisit this is going to be after the break in the fall, which means we're going to go all summer with nothing, right? Which I think is, probably not optimal. So I think the interesting questions for us tonight are, one, what's the process to continue to adjust and fix any loopholes we find and so forth in this, later in the year. I think that's relevant. I think staff's suggestion that we consider an alternative process and then a little bit on this legislative issue for affordable housing. So let me, I got a couple questions about the first one and the third one. I think I'm done on the second one. On the affordable housing overlay, right? If we dispense with PTC and council, what's the process that we look at traffic and parking issues? Because I think
traffic and parking issues.
Yeah, because I think on the 525 Charleston example, I thought there was some useful discussion came out on traffic on that and potential ingress and egress and so forth.
I don't believe that. I mean, I think Ms. Gerhart can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the project would still go to the ARB and still have this.
ARB doesn't really look at traffic and parking issues though.
I think there are still codes that are applicable. I mean, I think if you're talking about the design and function of the project and you want to have more discretion over that, that does not necessarily, I mean, I guess it could relate to the relaxed standards. I think your concern is what kind of, if we have the overlay, not legislative, where's the tinkering, where's the ability to have input and make sure that it's kind of performing the way that we want the building to?
Yeah, if there's any significant, issues associated with that, that at least there's some eyes on it. I mean, does the planning director look at it, or how does this traffic department look at it, right?
Yes, so absolutely on an ARB project, if we're talking about a discretionary project, and even on the housing projects, our transportation division, our public works department, all of those various departments are looking at it. So if there is a concern, it will come up. And on the Charleston project, we also had ARB hearings where, the public brought up their concerns. And we have an ARB finding that talks about circulation. So that's another avenue where the ARB can discuss those types of issues.
Well, on the Charleston project, to take a really, really concrete example, I thought Penny Ellison brought up some useful discussion about ingress and egress around that project. And it's not really the bailiwick of the ARB, right? And it's more the PTC and staff.
I see Mr. Yang wanted to respond as well.
So I guess I just want to point out that, 525 East Charleston is a great example because that is a project that did not require and that we could not apply any discretionary review to.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what would happen, for a housing development project that came in, or if the AH was made, administrative, that's the process a project would follow. It would come in, staff would review it. They would provide staff comments. We would have one ARB hearing where the ARB could weigh in an advisory capacity. Ms. Gerhart can speak to this, but in my experience, I believe the ARB is the primary kind of forum for discussion of circulation in and around the project.
In this case, because they're the only one. Okay. All right. Let me ask another question. The Summerhill Greer project at 2850 West Bayshore, would that pass objective standards as written here?
No, mostly because we now talk about different unit types and things of that nature. And I haven't gone through the whole project to see, but there definitely would have to be changes to it.
Okay, but we're not in a position to be able, or at least according to Summerhill, we're not in a position to be able to do that because we don't have objective standards in place and they've already done their ARP thing.
That is exactly correct.
Right. Okay. Because, I mean, the current ARB is by no means a stick in the mud in terms of development. So, most of us looked at that and see, well, if the ARB didn't like it, there must be something really wrong with it, right? If this ARB didn't like it, okay.
Yes, the ARB has only recommended denial of 2 projects in my 10-year history here.
And this being one, and objective standards would have filtered this, but it's not in place. Okay.
Correct. That project is an SB 330 project, so the development standards have been frozen.
Okay. And then the last question is, and I think this was alluded to earlier, the definition of 2/3 housing, whose definition is that? Is it the state's? Is it ours? Do we have any leeway on this? I mean, the goal here is that we filter out projects which are basically office projects in disguise, right? So
2/3 housing, that is a state definition, but we would be using square footage to make that determination.
but does it include parking, stairwells, cafeterias, all that kind of stuff? Who decides that?
Cafeterias, no. Parking sometimes, because sometimes parking is included in FAR and
Basements.
sometimes it's not. It would be based on our gross floor area, definition.
Do we have any latitude to adjust that one so that we make sure that we're applying it correctly?
I don't think that it's really not a cause for concern because our zoning really normally only allows 50% residential and 50% commercial.
Right.
So our zoning, by the way that it's currently written, doesn't really allow a 2/3 project
Right.
unless someone wanted to do a much smaller commercial portion.
Right.
And then they could maybe get to the 2/3 housing, but I haven't seen a developer that's willing to give up commercial square footage.
No, the concern would be the other way, that they're trying to squeeze more commercial in and less housing, right? By gaming the definitions. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, and so before returning to Vice Mayor Koo, I just want to encourage us to begin to focus on actions. So Vice Mayor Koo.
So I just want to say thank you, for reminding about, what we're doing tonight. I understand that, we don't have something in place in order to address the developments coming through if we don't do something tonight. But I do want to confirm, I want to just make sure that what we're adopting tonight, it should just be objective standards for the housing development projects. But in here, it also talks about mixed use and commercial. So what I want to know is what's in this staff report. Are all the other objects, all the other projects remaining the same under the context-based design, under our old laws? And we're only adopting the objective standards for the housing development projects that are state mandated, that has the state housing laws.
So I think in the staff report, that's a question that staff is asking council. Would you like to maintain the hodgepodge of existing context-based design criteria? Or would you like to go with the new criteria for commercial projects?
And sorry, just to further that point, sorry, we're sharing a microphone here. I think, as Ms. Eisberg said, if council is wanting to kind of, have, like, let's say the two worlds, the the objective for the housing development projects as defined under state law and everything else, this current process, then that's what is written in the current ordinance. You would adopt that. If you would like to have the add-on, which was the slide Ms. Eisberg was showing with a different process, the staff proposal, then we would revise the ordinance to have that be included. So motion B, this current slide that's on the screen is what is proposed. We're having two paths, and that's what's in the current ordinance.
Thank you.
The proposed ordinance.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay. I'm not seeing more lights, so are we ready to consider a motion? And so I just want to make sure I understood that correctly, that the staff recommended motion would only apply to the housing and not extend beyond that. Is that?
I think what I was saying is that the ordinance that's attached has just the slide that was shown. It does not have it applying to commercial projects that are not housing development.
Right. Jody, you have something else?
Yeah, if you wanted to go with the staff alternative, it would be a couple of sentences that we would need to change to make that happen.
Okay. But I think the sentiment that I've heard is to keep it focused on the housing. And so that would be the language that is in attachment A, right? Yeah. Okay. So let me go ahead and propose, well, let me ask one question first. We've got some language tweaking that we've talked about tonight. I don't think we want to get into the wordsmithing in this motion, but is staff able to incorporate any of that tweaking on your own before, and then it returns to us under a second reading, incorporating that, and we can review it at that time?
Yes, we did ask Albert Yang if that would be okay, and he said yes. And Albert, if you want to speak to that, but that we would just do a second pass, make sure the language is aligned, and that it says what we are intending it to say and what we all understand it to say this evening.
Great. Okay. So on that basis, I'd like to move the staff recommendation. I don't know if we have it. It can be pulled up on to the screen.
I'll second it.
Okay, and so it's actually do you have Clerk Milton? You don't have that. So on the first page of I can read it off to that we adopt an ordinance creating Palo Alto Municipal Code 18.24 in parentheses contextual design criteria and objective design standards. And those are all capitalized. And they're all within the same parentheses. Up, Jody's going to help you out. So while they're getting that on the screen, I'll just briefly speak to it. I think we've really struggled with this. Nobody's happy. But what we're trying to do is come as close as we can, which is not real close, to having objective criteria that would be roughly aligned with what we would routinely try to achieve through our historic subjective criteria. But they're just not going to be perfectly aligned, and we're being forced into maybe not one size. We have a few different sizes, but a limited number of sizes to fit all projects. And I think the example that Councilmember Philseth raised on the Summerhill project is a good one, that if we had these standards in place, we would have been able to tweak that project more. Without these standards, we'll get more projects like that our ARB has good recommendations on, but they're not allowed. Perfect, but better than what we're facing right now. So that's the basis for, let's see, so do we have everything up there? Do we reference the attachments or not need to in the motion? Perhaps it'd be good.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna say maybe
after
just to have that in there would be nice.
does Clerk Milton still have that cover page? She
Yeah.
have that?
And just while we're waiting on that, the other opportunity is, the ARB will be seeing projects come through. We'll be able to see how this is working. We'll have, robust feedback and dynamic environment. So we'll know what we like, what's fitting, what needs to get adjusted in the future.
Great. Councilmember Filseth?
Yeah, I think I concur with what the mayor just said. I think we have we're in a situation where now there are two things that Sacramento isn't interested. One is affordable housing, and the other is high quality projects. And so those are left to us, and we're taking steps to do that. The one thing I would say is that the staff alternative for non-residential projects. I personally am warming up to that. I think we as council are concerned about trying to do too much at once and, turn the whole thing upside down as opposed to, a piece at a time, which I think is a pragmatic thing to do. But that said, I'm understanding better the intent. And I think it makes sense to do, even if we don't do it tonight. I think that's a direction that we ought to move in. If in fact we can get basically the same quality designs as we did under the current circumstances, but can do it more efficiently and more clearly and with less work on our part, less angst in the community and less uncertainty from the development side. I think all those things are good. And so even if we don't do that tonight, I think that's a direction we should move in. Thanks.
Okay. Did anyone else want to speak to the motion? I don't see any hands raised up. Vice Mayor Coop.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask in attachment A, where it talks about residential mixed-use projects with at least 2/3 residential square footage. Is that pertaining to SB 35? And if it is, does other criteria such as living wages or prevailing wages needs to be included in this in the text of the ordinance?
Are you asking where the origin of the 2/3 is, what state law that resides in, and if that state law also references prevailing wage?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Ms. Iceberg, did you want to answer that? Or Mr. Yang, I saw you both come on.
Yeah, so the 2/3 standard is from the Housing Accountability Act. It's part of the definition of a housing development project. It is it's not a part of SB 35, so those additional requirements don't apply.
Okay, thank you. And then in this motion, it references attachment. I'm sorry, attachment B. Attachment B, is it also still about housing development projects, or does it bring in mixed use?
So attachment B is showing changes to the entire code. So some of these changes are for housing projects. Some of them are for all projects in general.
I think if you are looking at today's packet, page 33, the number 2 there kind of summarizes what those changes are. Some of them are like, for example, the parking changes we're talking about, which really aren't changes, but it's a relocation and consolidation of existing standards into one section just for readability and understandability of the code. And so there's changes like that where it's really reorganization, but the same standards are there, the same regulations, whether they're subjective or objective. Hopefully that helps to clarify that.
Thank you. I can accept attachment A, but I'm still unclear on attachment B. Okay, thank you.
Can we get some more clarity on that? So in attachment B, certain things are reorganized, but does it result in material changes to non-residential projects?
No, I mean, that's why on attachment B, we tried to put the red boxes to help explain what we were doing in different sections. And so you'll see that some, just say that language was relocated. There was an incorrect footnote on something. And so we're trying to clean up inaccuracies like that.
But it doesn't change materially the standards for approval of commercial projects or non-residential. Okay, good. I think
There's some strengthening of subjective language to make it more objective. For example, we worked with zero waste staff and stormwater regulations to revise those so that they're more clear, measurable, and would be objective standards that would apply to all projects.
Okay, great. Councilmember Koo, does that help some?
It helps some. I guess I'm just trying to make sure that we're only discussing, the housing projects. Any projects that is not mandated by state that we're not addressing tonight, just simply because that's a lot.
Yeah, we're not making material changes. There's some cleanup, but not material changes outside of the state mandated housing approval projects.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Can the clerk call the roll then?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. All right. So that concludes this item. Thank you, staff, and Commissioner Chair Thompson for a lot of hard work. On that note, we will move on to any council member questions, comments, and announcements. And is anyone, Vice Mayor Koo?
Thank you. So on May 26th, the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority Board of Directors meeting, it was recommended that the organization not take a position on Senate Bill 1000. And the board also directed the executive director to send a letter to Senator Becker's office supporting the inclusion of cost recovery language in the legislation to comply with any of the new state mandate if SB 1000 becomes law. So I just wanted to report on that.
Thank you. And I'll just share that I'm heading off to the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Reno, and I'll be receiving on behalf of the city and our staff an award on one of our climate electrification initiatives. The awards are not on the comprehensive programs, but discrete projects. And so we're receiving an honorable mention award, but I've also been asked to participate on a panel around what was previously more narrowly focused on electric vehicles. And the reason I was asked to join was as a result of the senior staff there understanding some of the things that we've been grappling with, and really a nexus between how electric vehicles affect building electrification. First, these are things that have been coming out of our SCAP committee deliberations, and they're kind of interesting tentative conclusions that we're drawing. One is that our need in the near term to upgrade our utility infrastructure and our transformers that we've probably all heard about is not being driven so much by building electrification, but it's being driven by the number of large, more rapid EV chargers that are being installed in the community, and that we've probably all been getting oversold by EV manufacturers to have higher amperage level 2 chargers than we needed, and that's constraining our ability to electrify the rest of our community. More EVs, more EV charging, and building electrification. But second, that the longer term future is that EVs, rather than being a negative force in the coming years, they'll be a very positive force on grid stabilization because their energy storage capacity far exceeds what we are seeing from power walls and the like, and that they're going to be two-way EV chargers so that when we have cheap renewable energy being generated during the day, that's the time we'll be moving to charging our EVs, and there'll actually be sources of storage and ability to draw power off of our vehicles when we have peak demand and the most expensive electricity. So you'll be hearing more from the SCAP committee coming up, but I just wanted to give you that sampling of some of those things that we've been getting cohesion around and that are of a broader interest because frankly, we're struggling with implementation of electrification, largely ahead of other cities that have adopted goals, but not real plans yet. So just wanted to give you that that update and keep you posted. And on that note, I think meeting's adjourned. Thank you.